Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to this evening's meeting of Medway Full Council. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed via the Council's website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here tonight. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the mayoralty this year, and Beth Atkins, who is an interfaith minister, will now say prayers.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and members of the public. I'd like to thank Medway's Mayor, Councillor Marian Nesterov, for inviting Medway Interaction to provide chaplains for Medway's public meetings. I'd also like to thank him and the councillors who attended MIFA's annual Walk for Peace last Saturday, the leader of Medway Council, Councillor Vince Maple, and Councillor Nina Gurung. Such events bring people of Medway's many diverse faiths and cultures together as one in spirit. They showcase and celebrate their differences in religious practice, traditional song, dance, dress, and food. They also provide an opportunity to meet, greet, and spend time getting to know people from a different community to your own, and recognise the similarities in your ways of being that bind you together as one in belief, purpose and practice. This has led me to think about the similarities between Medway's councillors and MIFA's active members. A striking one is we all have Medway stamped through us like a stick of Blackpool rock. We care passionately about the well-being of Medway's residents, wish to serve them to the best of our ability, and proactively foster a harmonious, cohesive community throughout the borough. We give a lot of our personal time voluntarily to achieve our aims, and we are the go-to people for members of our community when things go wrong or guidance and support is needed. The difference here is that councillors are challenged with a constant barrage of temporal issues like homelessness, traffic, town planning, education and social care. MIFA members, on the other hand, are asked for answers to spiritual conundrums or to be conduits connecting communities. Another distinct difference is when people like myself need respite from the public-facing roles to take time out for a few days to switch off and reconnect with whatever soothes our weary souls. We are applauded for going on a spiritual retreat. Not so for councillors. If they have the temerity to go off-grid on a much-needed family holiday, they are pilloried for not being available 24/7. Despite all world faiths promoting the importance of helping others, being of service, making sure all are fed, clothed and sheltered, they also demonstrate the value of being still in the midst of chaos, with their scriptures recounting how prophets and avatars took time out to allow their minds to clear, tap into the higher consciousness and find inspirational ways to tackle the problems of the people they serve. We all know how chaotic and unpredictable a life serving our community can be, and at times crave silence and solitude. In my experience, being still in the midst of chaos leads to clarity of thought and problems dissolving as answers to them arise in my subconscious mind. But unlike religious prophets and avatars, I struggle to be still. Culturally, I am not a human being. I'm a human doing. So unsurprisingly, my favourite place to zone out and be mentally free is in the swimming pool, where with the repetitive rhythm of measured strokes, I slip into my spiritual practice of meditation in motion. You may do something similar, where you regularly lose yourself completely in whatever you're doing, perhaps by playing music, being creative, or connecting with nature gardening. If you don't, I highly recommend trying it. Life has also taught me you cannot give from an empty pot, and the importance of being healthily selfish. This does not mean spending hours exercising or following a rigid diet. It's about taking care of yourself in a manner that leaves you feeling physically, mentally, and emotionally refreshed, vibrant, and able to fulfill your civic, work, and family commitments. With our immediate challenges in Medway, multiple national fiscal issues, and a troubled international landscape, our new Labour government will be looking to our recently elected MPs and our councillors to explain their measures to residents, support their actions, and address local matters. We are in tough times that are likely to get tougher as effective resolutions to domestic and global concerns are sought, fought, negotiated, agreed, and implemented. I therefore urge you all to take advantage of the forthcoming summer break to rest, refresh, and replenish yourselves in readiness for the inevitable challenges that lie ahead by being still in the midst of chaos and practice being healthily selfish as you share precious time with your family and friends. So with our unifying desire to build a better Medway in mind, I invite you to link in a prayerful manner with that great spirit of service to Medway that inspires us all as we prepare for this meeting in prayer. We call upon all we hold sacred to inspire the leaders of all nations to serve their countries with integrity, wisdom, and for the long-term benefit of the whole planet. We ask for those who are victims of warfare, famine, political unrest, religious extremism, human trafficking, or other criminal activity to receive the support they need in a safe, peaceful, economically flourishing environment where they are treated sensitively with the dignity they deserve. Within our own roles in Medway, we pray to be blessed with the wisdom to be aware when we need to be still in the midst of chaos, so that we may find positive, purposeful ways to resolve local issues, support our community, our MPs and government. We also ask to be able to recognise the similarities in the beliefs, purposes and practices of those representing Medway's residents, diverse cultures, faiths and political groups, so that we may harness the unifying energy flowing through us and work productively together. For ourselves, we pray that we might be effective, healthily selfish practitioners, so that we have the physical, mental and emotional capacity to best serve all who live, work and worship in Medway. We ask these things in the name of love, peace and well-being for all. Amen.
Thank you, Beth, for your kind words. I formally open this council. Moving on to agenda item 1, apologies for absence. Councillor Maritime, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Nesterov. Mayor Nesterov. I have apologies from Councillors Brown, MacDonald and Edwards.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no absentees at all.
Thank you. Councillor Sands, are there any apologies?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one, Councillor Mrs. Turpin.
Thank you so much. Moving on to next agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of disclosable pecuniary interests or any significant interests from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interest if you do declare one. No one is indicating, so we are moving on to agenda item 3. Record of meetings. Subject to one change on page 50 of the agenda, replacing Councillor Galvin with Councillor Perfect, is it agreed that I signed the minutes of the meeting held on 18 of April and 15 of May as accurate accords? That is agreed. Moving on to next, Mayor's announcements. I'll be holding a charity tour of Rochester in September. Further details will be available from my office later this month. We are continuing our trial on how we conduct the meeting this evening, this having started at the January meeting. I will run through these changes as follows. 1. Public question will be extended from 30 minutes to 40 minutes with a reduction in the time allocation for the reader's report from 35 to 30 minutes and the overview and scrutiny activity report from 25 to 20 minutes. 2. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their questions, or I will put the question on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. 3. The order of business have been changed as indicated on the agenda. In summary, we will take the agenda item on motions after public questions. Any information reports or reports for noting will be the last agenda items. And 4, we limit the number of speakers per motion to the proposer and seconder plus up to 10% of each group rounded up, as follows. Labour and Cooperative Group, 4. Conservative Group, 2. Independent Group, 1. Independent members, 3. The same number of speakers will be allowed for each amendment to a motion. Because these are changes to the Council rules, I move that we suspend Council rules to facilitate these changes. Is that supported? It's agreed. It is agreed. Please can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphones to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream can hear properly, and can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first. I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. Finally, members are reminded of the time limits in place when they speak, which are 5 minutes for the proposer and 3 minutes for any other speakers, and I'll be applying these limits strictly. Moving on to agenda item 5, leaders' announcements. May I call on the leader of the council to make any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I have no announcements.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Moving on to agenda item 6 then, petitions. Are there any members of the public wish to hand in a petition? If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. Please, could I ask you to highlight the name of the lead petitioner on the petition and leave the petition on the table for collection? Any member of the public? No one. Will now any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in a petition? Please note that any member should leave their petition on their table and Democratic Services staff will collect it at the end of the meeting. Any member? No. No one indicates that they have a petition, so we are moving on to agenda item 7, public questions. We now have 40 minutes to deal with the 6 public questions on the agenda. We have given an undertaking that people will be able to read out their questions, so I will surely call the questions out in order printed on the agenda. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their questions, or the question will be put by me on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery, and may I remind those who are called upon to answer questions that answers must not exceed 3 minutes. I would like to advise public questionnaires that they may each ask one short supplementary question, which should be a concise question. Long preambles and statements will not be permitted. Members' answers to supplementary questions may not exceed 3 minutes. If there are still any questions not dealt with this evening, they will receive a written response. Now, may I call Ralph Allison. Please come up to ask your question. Council, as written. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestrov. Thank you, Mr. Allison, for your question. It is recognised that each year green spaces in Medway are subject to unauthorised vehicle access. We have over 140 green spaces, and intrinsically all of these are vulnerable to unauthorised use and physical damage, occasionally being used to gain access. Experience has shown that there are no known reasonable ways of materials to absolutely prevent misuse of any green space. Notwithstanding this statement, physical obstructions do deter individuals and groups from particular sites. I have asked Norse, our colleagues, to arrange a site inspection with council officers to provide us with advice on what reasonable and practical additional steps could be taken to make this particular site more secure. This will then be reviewed and decision made on the available resources and priority of the remedial work at the site.
Thank you, Councillor Curry, for your answer. Sabine Stickland is not present this evening. Her question is set out in the agenda papers. Councillor Murray, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nestrov, and I thank Sabine very much for her question. And I want to take the opportunity to say how much I and all of us in the care sector in Medway value her work and that of colleagues, a position I made very clear earlier this year when I spoke at the parliamentary launch of the Fair to Care report on pay. As you'll be aware, the care sector is experiencing high demand and dealing with increasingly complex clients. Under the outgoing Conservative government, little had been done to address the resulting funding crisis, despite our council and many others across the UK making the situation very clear to government. The new Labour government has promised to carry out a review of the sector, and I'll be working with our 3 Labour Medway MPs, I'll never get tired of saying that, to ensure that all available information and research is used as part of that work. For now, whilst the council issues a fee uplift to care providers every year, it's the responsibility of the care provider, the employers, to determine rates of pay and increases for their staff in line with national legislation. I've provided information to Sabine about working nights, which can be found in her written answer, and remind her as well that help and advice on employees' rights and obligations at work, including pay and the national living wage, can be provided by ACAS and, of course, through trades unions.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for your answer. Question C, Les White is not present as well this evening. His question is set out in the agenda papers. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Mayor Nestrov, thank you for your question, Mr. White. I share your concerns about road safety, particularly for those in our community who are less able-bodied, and safety cameras have an important deterrent and enforcement role to play. It's not the case that the safety camera on Hollywood Lane has been deactivated. Medway Council is responsible for the yellow roadside camera housings, while Kent Police operates the safety cameras inside. From time to time, for operational reasons, police may move their cameras around different locations. All safety camera locations on Medway's roads are therefore live, and any road users exceeding the speed limit risk being detected and issued with a notice by the police.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. Ben Pransky, please come up to ask your question. His question is set out in the agenda papers. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestroff, and I thank Mr. Pransky for his question. This is a critical issue, and I've been speaking very recently with my colleague, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Group in Ashford, Dickon, Spain, who's been leading a lot of work on this, often on a cross-party basis, as this is an issue which affects the whole of Kent. And I want to highlight three issues particularly this evening. Firstly, the economic impact of those ongoing closures. The reinstatement of Eurostar services would create a significant economic opportunity for Medway, Kent, and indeed the wider region. The cessation of services back in 2020 resulted in the combined loss of jobs of 30,000 or the value of £750 million, a huge impact on our regional economy. By reintroducing these services, we can unlock substantial employment prospects and economic growth. I also want to touch on the issue of environmental impacts. Opting for international rail travel over short-haul air journeys results in approximately 95% less environmental impact per passenger. Similar comparisons for car travel give a 90 to 97% reduction for international rail travel, depending on how many people are in the car. So you can see in both economic and environmental terms, the reopening of Ashford, and in particular for Medway Ebbs fleet, would have a huge impact. I want to pay tribute to the Bring Back Euro Trains campaign. They've gathered over 57,000 signatures, and I know that our team, because of course this is the sort of issue which cuts across not only different cabinet roles, but also councils. So certainly in the next conversations we'll be having with Kent leaders. We have an upcoming meeting looking at the issues of transport and the entry-exit system, which is going to have huge potential impacts on Kent. I've no doubt that this will be part of that conversation, and I'll be playing my part as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor Nestroff.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your comprehensive answer. Sherwood Williamson, please come up to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everybody. The land outside and adjacent to my home in Kenilworth Gardens is being sold by Deadwood Enterprise Limited at auction on the 31st of July. I would like to ask the Council if they could purchase this land to protect the green space from any potential future development. The space is used regularly by the community and is vital habitat for the local wildlife and can be considered a community asset. It can be used freely by all within the local area. Medway North already maintain the area with tree maintenance, grass cutting and emptying the dog waste. The auction is by Auction House London and the starting bid is £1,000. I've also submitted plans from that website as well.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Van Dijk, would you please respond?
Yes. Thank you for your question, Ms Williamson. We have investigated with the online auctioneer, Auction House London, and they are selling several plots in Medway. As you know, this parcel of land is owned by a third party, and although is not identified as publicly maintainable grass on the council's maps, it does appear on the tree and grass maintenance plans undertaken by Medway North. This is not unusual due to the many parcels of land maintained in Medway. Due to financial constraints, the council is not in the position to acquire the land, but its officers are exploring all options to maintain the existing trees. At the appropriate time, they will contact the auctioneers, clearly requiring them to inform potential purchasers of any protective action that the council has invoked before the auction commences. Some residents believe they may have been gifted part of the land. This may be in the title documents for their houses, and they will need to seek their own legal advice if they believe that the land should not be sold. Lastly, we would encourage residents to act as a community to purchase the land.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Charlotte, would you like to ask a short supplementary question?
Yes, please. Thank you for answering my question. And I'd like to extend thanks to our other councillors that have been answering our questions, including our MP. It is appreciated by all of us. I wondered if it was possible if the local residents can contribute money to the council to purchase this land on behalf of residents with a legal agreement that it will be protected green space for the community.
Councillor Van Dijk?
I guess that's a matter that we can look into for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question. Stuart Bourne, please come up to ask your question.
During a council meeting on the 21st of April 2022, the Medway Labour Group proposed a motion calling on Medway Council to halt all future investment in fossil fuel companies in the council's local government pension fund. It also called on the council to begin the process of divesting its current portfolio of any fossil fuel companies. This motion was vital if we're going to defeat the threat of climate change and had cross-party support from the Medway Lib Dems and Medway Green Party. Sadly, it was defeated by the Conservatives, who made some bizarre statements about bringing back fracking and chaos if we ever gave up petrol. Now that the Medway Labour have been in charge of the council for over a year, how much of Medway Council's pension fund has been divested of fossil fuel companies?
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you, Mr. Bourne, for your question. And this is a really, actually very important question, so I would stress that from the start. Medway's pensions are part of the Kent Pension Fund, which is administrated by Kent County Council. They have confirmed to us that the Superannuation Fund Committee appoints external investment managers tasked with getting the best return for the 301 employers and 152,000 individual members of the fund. The committee has a clear environmental, social and governance policy, but the fund advises us that it would be breaching its responsibilities if it placed ethical restrictions on the external investment managers. Excuse me. We are aware that fossil fuel company shares represent a small proportion of the overall investments. In June 2024, the Kent Pension Fund updated its responsible investment strategy, which stated the following relating to climate risk, which details 3 specific actions. The fund's climate risk strategy rests on 3 pillars. The first of these is decarbonisation. The fund was set a clear ambition to reach net zero portfolio emissions by 2050 and to reduce emissions emanating from its equity allocation by 43% by 2030 and 69% by 2040, which is consistent with the latest 2022 decarbonisation targets required by the latest science to limit warming, global warming that is, to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2020 by the century, end of the century. Thank you. Get that right. The transition alignment is the second pillar. The fund's approach is grounded in the recognition that a reduction in the fund's portfolio emissions must result from real-world decarbonisation. Investors have an important role to play in driving the transition to a low-carbon economy, and the fund will identify opportunities to invest in companies and industries that are aligned with the transition. And the third pillar is climate solutions. The transitions to a low-carbon economy also presents opportunities for investors, and the fund seeks to explore the potential to enhance portfolio-level risk adjustments returns through climate solutions. The fund has set an ambition to invest 15% of portfolio in substantial assets by 2030, including climate solutions. In the latest review and update of the Medway Council Climate Action Plan, a new action was added to explore joint working with Kent's Human Resources Network to influence investments of funds in pension scheme. This topic will be an agenda item for discussion at the next meeting of that group.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Stuart, would you like to ask a short supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I have to say I'm quite disappointed with that answer, and it seems especially disappointed as if they knew that it was not possible to do that, why would they put the motion out in the first place? I suppose my question would be essentially, since Labour have taken over, how much additional investment into fossil fuel companies has the Council done?
Councillor Curry.
Thank you for your supplementary question. The Council doesn't have a great deal of investments, actually. It's a fairly low thing that we've got. I don't have the information in hand, but I'll make sure that it's made available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. That concludes public questions. So we're moving on to agenda item 8, motions. I now call upon Councillor Warrens to propose a motion at item A.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Medway Labour came to power promising economic regeneration and the creation of 1,000 new jobs. But instead, Mayor, your party has effectively destroyed at least 150 jobs in the Chatham docks and caused an unknown amount of damage to the supply chain that contributes to Medway's GDP. Whilst the proposal for Basin 3 nodded through by Medway Labour councillors without a single question being asked, envisages the building of shiny light industrial units, the experience at the Innovation Park and thousands of square feet of empty offices in the same area would suggest that those units may never be built. Medway Labour's local plan envisages that the Chatham docks will effectively stop being an area of high-value economic activity and instead will entirely be devoted to housing. This is a far cry from the campaign that Councillor Maple and Councillor Murray ran when they cynically stood shoulder to shoulder with workers outside this building. Never again will workers trust Medway Labour to protect their jobs. When you take a cursory look at the actions of this administration, you would need a magnifying glass to find any real action that has contributed to the economic regeneration of Medway. The constant wringing of hands, marching up and down Gillingham High Street, and the signing of pledges to take unspecified actions at an unspecified time does not equate to an adequate regeneration strategy. There are dark clouds gathering on the horizon for businesses following Labour's hollow win at the general election, which is likely to make economic regeneration more challenging. Our local private schools are likely to be hit by the spiteful addition of VAT on school fees, which will cost jobs and may, in certain circumstances, cost businesses. In addition, the council itself may end up having to pay VAT on places at privately run establishments that offer highly specialised support to our most vulnerable children. Along with increased costs of employment, inflexibility in contracts of employment, and a lawyer's charter with an expanded Equalities Act, more manufacturing offshoring as the cost of energy spirals on the altar of a fundamentally flawed net zero agenda, with electricity shortages a real prospect and energy insecurity a huge problem. A more aggressive tax raising regime, including likely increases in capital gains tax, inheritance tax, business rates, and undoubtedly higher corporation taxes, will ultimately discourage investment. The outlook for Medway under this administration is bleak. With a Labour government, it is now dire. I beg to move this motion. Thank you.
Is that supported? Councillor Tijan, do you want to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Well, to speak now, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the challenges at Chatham Docks are an opportunity for the Council to demonstrate leadership, compassion, and resilience. By doing so, we can build a stronger more prosperous Medway for generations to come. Chatham docks have been the cornerstone of Medway's economy for decades. They have facilitated trade, provided employment, and contributed significantly to our local GDP. Any loss of businesses at the docks will undoubtedly impact Medway's economic health and the livelihoods of families who depend on these jobs. The members opposite current administration believe by giving Peel's permission to change the land allocation is the only way to get the local plan approved. But they are wrong. The standard method is only a starting point. And this administration has not even attempted to argue the case to save Chatham docks, but they blindly do as officers tell them without question. They used to be able to blame the Conservative government. Are they now going to blame the Labour government? Or are they going to stand up for local jobs and the long-term future of our local economy, or greedy developers? Mr. Mayor, it is deeply troubling that although Medway Labour shouted from the rooftop to protect jobs and save Chatham docks prior to the local election in 2023, now that they are in control, they appear to be doing the opposite. They have betrayed the trust of the electorate. The failure to provide a valid reason for this reversal, or shall I say U-turn, is not only disheartening, but also calls into question their integrity and commitment to democratic principle. Transparency, accountability, and integrity should guard our actions. And when we get it wrong, Mr. Mayor, we must acknowledge our failure, especially when our failure have caused concerns and uncertainties for workers, businesses, and families. Why did they suddenly change? Why are they hardened? What are they hardened for the people of Medway? They need to stop this planning madness, Mr. Mayor, because we will never let them forget. Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I now open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. And let's be very clear, you are here as the Mayor, acting in your capacity as Mayor. It's not your party while you're in that chair, and I think people need to remember that. I'll be voting against this motion. And let's be very, very clear. We've been getting on with a lot. Let me tell you one of the things I was getting on with. When I became leader, there was lots that hadn't been done. One of the things that hadn't been done was a letter was sent to the former leader and the former chief executive on the 25th of November 2021, a long time ago. In that letter, from Denton solicitors to this council, it stated, and I quote, ArcelorMittal, Kent Wire and the Association of Chatham Docks Companies are prepared to purchase the docks and is assembling a bid to do so. Where's the bid? If ArcelorMittal, with their 20 billion euros, care about the people of Medway, where's their bid? It was being assembled over 2.5 years ago. Where is it now? It's not here. It's not been made. And at the meeting that you mock, actually more of a meeting that was ever carried out by your previous administration, didn't bring the two parties together once, trying to find a solution, rather than talking about betrayal in a very loud voice. We do have microphones, it's okay. That was an important meeting, and I'm not going to give a running commentary, but one of the areas we did talk about was a bid from Mittal to Peel. And there was no conversation of we won't accept a bid, no bids being made. So if Mittal are serious about looking at this issue, they have ample resources, far more resources than this council has. If they're serious about that, they should make that bid to Peel. They should get on with the job. So from my perspective, I've done everything I can to bring those two parties together. Another date is May 2003, when we last had a local plan. Your previous administrations, time and time again, failed to deliver that. This administration is going to have to make some tough choices, but we're going to deliver a local plan, as I'll talk about more in my leader's report later tonight. So I won't be supporting this motion. I know some members from all sides enjoyed the hospitality of Peel just a few weeks ago, and I'm sure I wasn't able to make it, but I'm sure they enjoyed that well. Perhaps Councillor Lawrence could remind us whether he was present when Peel were having their hospitality recently. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't ever recall any of the Conservative group apologising previously for any of their U-turns. And to be quite honest, sometimes you sit at the back here as an independent member thinking you're trying to play politics rather than worry about the issues. But the issue here is actually quite important, especially for an independent guy out on the peninsula where your residents are concerned about where houses are going to go. But also, we've got the local plan going through, and I've been able to look at that and attend one of the exhibitions. What I am taken with, though, however, is the speech of Rachel Reeves, Chancellor, in office for just over 72 hours, and she came out with the phrase, "I believe that promises a party is elected on should be delivered on." Not sure whether Medway Labour got the memo, or do they disagree with their own Chancellor? Now, I wonder why they've U-turned on this. Perhaps we'll get an explanation, perhaps not. But there might be a clue in her speech. She refers to accelerating stalled housing sites, including Liverpool Docks. Google Liverpool Docks, and up comes Peel Port. And I'll remind the Medway Labour group of other words from Rachel Reeves' speech. Economic growth is about good jobs paying decent wages. And I further quote, "Success for me will be whether working class kids from ordinary backgrounds have more opportunities." Labour in Medway has danger of having a legacy of being the council that took away the opportunity from working class kids from ordinary backgrounds to pursue. Now, I'm sure Councillor Maple and co would love a way out, and it's interesting that he references this bid. Perhaps there's something that can be done here, because if you go back to October 2022, Mr. Mayor, the Labour group suggested compulsory purchase Chatham Docks, only been told Medway Council didn't have the money, can't get it. We've got a Labour government. The Prime Minister has backed the docks, a government who could provide the money to purchase the box, perhaps alongside a bid. It's possible. We could get a grant, or more, perhaps a loan whose principal and interest could be paid by the rents from the current lessees and future tenants. And before anyone says not practical, look at the Planning Act 2008. As Medway Councillor, I have a wider responsibility to the economy of Medway, to people's jobs. And having studied the recent consultation and visited the local plan exhibition that was held at Medway Park this week, I'm now convinced it is actually possible to keep Chatham Docks designated industrial employment land and keep development in my area on the peninsula relatively to a minimum. So I say this to Medway Labour and our new Labour MPs. In the first month of the new government, go make a name for yourself, put something together, and I take on board what Councillor Maple says about ASEA, MITA having the facilities. Let's get them round, let's see what we can do, and let's end this uncertainty. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Anyway, it is now. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to support this motion either, but a few words of condolence and a few corrections. First of all, at least Councillor Tijan, in his barnstorming speech, and I thank him for all his kind words about the Labour group, did refer to this motion. Councillor Lawrence referred to his view of the apocalypse, and I just want to let him know it's not coming. We've just had a fantastic meeting with major developers, all of whom welcome the King's speech, are excited about getting a local plan at last, and very vocal about being able to talk to leading councillors who actually want to get a local plan and make it happen. So there's no shortage of enthusiasm for jobs, for infrastructure, for housing, and all of the things that we want to see in Medway, and indeed the Labour government want to see as well. I do support jobs, I support good jobs, and I'm very proud of the traditions of the kind of work in the docks. And the people there and all of you are in a strong position to put in a submission to the local plan along with everybody else, and we look forward to receiving those. As for people being betrayed, we haven't betrayed people. We've faced the reality of the situation we find ourselves in after over 2 decades without a local plan. We've been prey to predatory developers. We've had people running the clock down in the hope that something might happen. And all of those things combined with an unwillingness, actually, for the two parties to get together, have combined to put us in the situation we're in today. There are solutions, and I look forward to hearing them and supporting them if we can make them work. As for citing what the people on the planning committee did, as you well know, Councillor Tijan, the application for Basin 3 allows the docks to continue working. There isn't anything in that application that said that they couldn't. What may come in the future, I don't know. I'm looking forward to this consultation and all of the things that will fall out of it. And for Councillor Lawrence's comfort, don't worry. None of those things that you've spoken about are going to happen. But I would just say to you, the Gettysburg Address was only 300 words long. Your motions and that speech, with considerably less impact, were a lot longer. So brevity is the name of the game if you want to get your point across. And I thank you, though, actually, for keeping the issue live in the minds of people. And as for people on St Mary's Island, I don't know who you've been talking to, but when I was canvassing there, and I canvassed there a lot,
thank you, Councillor
nobody actually...
Thank you very much. Thank you, for. Next one is Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And in starting, I want to actually thank Councillor Tijan for his tremendous work advocating for residents of St Mary's Island. And I know how deeply personal this is to him, demonstrated by his passion this evening. And I think the Deputy Leader of the Council would do better to actually listen and respond to what he said, rather than just chucking things across the chamber. I also want to thank Councillor Lawrence for his work on this as well, and the positive way in which he has engaged with the community on St Mary's Island. Mr Mayor, residents should be in no doubt as to the complete 360 on this matter from the Leader of the Council and the worrying precedent that this sets in this chamber. The Prime Minister himself, his friend, when Leader of the Opposition, said the campaign also shows the importance of Labour in local government, fighting for jobs, communities and people across the country. And then the Leader of the Council, then Leader of the Opposition in Medway, said, "I'm grateful to Keir for his support on this matter, and it does show how important the preservation of these jobs are. It is unfathomable that Medway Council are silent on this matter." Now, I too agree it's unfathomable that Medway Council was silent on this matter, and as we've heard this evening, we've not heard any apology, we've not heard really any reference to the 360, apart from we've got to bring forward a local plan. That doesn't mean you can't admit what you said in the past. And just saying you've arranged a meeting, I'm afraid, is not adequate when the promises you've been making, both to their Save the Chatham Docks campaign and others, which I've heard myself. I met recently with the St Mary's Island Residents Association with Councillor Tijan, and I want to thank them for their positive engagement with us. And I discussed with them how my group now will always be pragmatic and positive in dealing with the docks, and how we will engage with the conversation without making commitments we can't keep, which was well received. And we will build a relationship on trust, which unfortunately the Leader of this Council has broken. And that's the difference, Mr Mayor. Under our new leadership of the Medway Conservatives, we can always be trusted to deliver on our promises. Medway Labour clearly cannot.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on, a lot of what I was going to say has been said. And in the interest of brevity, I won't repeat things. But the key thing here, I think there's two issues that really concern me about this motion. One, I don't think it's a real motion anyway. It's just an opportunity to have a crack. But the other thing I think about it is that the suggestion there in that motion that it says here quite clearly, the Labour members of the Planning Committee might have voted in a particular way. The Planning Committee is a quasi-judicial independent committee, and to suggest any member, Labour or Tory, would possibly vote on a party basis is actually quite a serious accusation, and I really wish that were withdrawn from the motion if it were to go anywhere anyway, which I don't think it will this evening. So that's my first point about that implication there might be some impropriety on the Planning Committee that's been made just now, and I find that quite insulting actually, and I would imagine that your colleagues would as too, because it suggests that they voted in a particular way according to party principle as well. The second point I would make is about the local plan. I mean, Councillor Murray touched on it in what she was saying. The opposition, people opposite there, failed over 20 years to deliver a local plan. The impact that has had on our community has been absolutely catastrophic, speaking of catastrophic issues. The community, the environment, the economy have all suffered as a consequence. We have got one of the highest bills in the country on appeals on planning decisions, simply because that party failed to deliver. And to suggest that we're not delivering is ridiculous. We've just literally launched our Reg 18B this week. I really want all of you to contribute to that. Give us your views, give us your suggestions. It's an incredibly positive, dynamic plan, and we want it to go forward as quickly as possible. And I'm sure we have your full support on that. We need a local plan to provide that certainty for our economy over the next 14, 15 years. It's hopefully going to get adopted in 2026, and we all need to work collectively together to deliver that. And that's what this is about. So that to suggest that we're not doing that is crazy, because we are. We're right in the middle of doing it. We're on track, we're on target. Our local development scheme is on track, and we're making it happen. So I really look forward to your support. And in the interests of the community out there who are watching this, please get your views into our local plan consultation. We really want to hear what you've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's an elephant in the room here, because the council could have had a local plan a few years ago, actually. The Labour group could have spoken to Mr. Jarrett and lent him some support to get a local plan over the line at that time. The draft local plan included the HIF project, and it also included building houses on Chatham docks, which the Labour group support. So why did Councillor Maple not support Mr. Jarrett's plan and lend him support? Or is this just party politics?
Point of personal information from the leader of the council.
Is, with the exception of COVID, there was not a regular cross-party meeting with the leaders of the administration and opposition groups. Within a matter of weeks, that was brought in. If it had been there 2, 3, 4 years ago, maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm proud that under this leadership, all group leaders are listened to on a regular basis.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce, please continue.
No, I'm fine. That's no problem. No return comment. No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. This motion is nothing more than an attempt to play politics. It's fundamentally unserious in its nature. If they truly believe anything of what they said, Mayor Nestorov, why did they not do it for their local plan? And why did they not pass it? What were they bickering about during their decades in administration? The last big ticket item, IPM, it failed to do what it set out. Under their watch, it failed to do what it set out. And what do we hear on radio? The last leader of the council saying that the whole project was there to save the airport. What a backward approach to regeneration. It's not the approach that we will be taking. We will not be politicising planning decisions, which is what this motion is seeking to do. We will not be importing their divides and their infighting into the Medway Labour group. So this is unserious, very much like their own approach to economic regeneration. This administration supports and backs job creation, and we have a record of doing just that in the past year under the work of my predecessor, Lauren Edwards, and we will carry on doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhew. Any other member? We don't have any other member, so we're going back to the proposer, Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay.
One point. Councillor Maple, I think you tried to besmirch me attending the Peel summer event. I think that's really pretty poor because, as you know, members will attend events to meet key people in the borough. And I think that's a really healthy thing, even if I disagree with some of the actions they're taking. So I hope you'll withdraw the obvious inference of your comment.
For you to recognise that Councillor Lawrence will eat someone's food and disagree with them.
Okay. So we're going to go to the vote. Oh, we need 6. Okay. Members have indicated they want a recorded vote.
So, members, we have a recorded vote on the motion that is in front of you on the order papers. I will call each member in turn, and you will indicate whether you are for or against or whether you abstain. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna-Mashorn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Etheridge. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Garum. Councillor Hackwell. Mr Deputy Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcroft Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mayhill. Councillor Mandarakis. Councillor Maple. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Mr Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Llewellyn Prenter. Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Shockar. Not in the chamber. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr Mayor, the motion is lost.
Moving on to next motion. Motion B. I call upon Councillor Sands to propose an item on motion B.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, there is a small alteration that I'd like to make to my motion. It will be distributed very shortly to all members.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. Council Rule 11.4.1 states that a member may alter a motion of which he have given notice with the consent of the meeting. This alteration is being handed round to members now. Members, does Councillor Sands have your consent to alter this motion? Councillor Sands, you may now speak to the alter motion.
Thank you, Mayor. A whole generation of women have been so badly let down by the Department work of pensions and political parties. These are the so-called WASPy women. An estimated 3.8 million women being forced to wait up to 6 years longer to receive a state pension that they were always fully entitled to. Approximately 5,000 of those women are here in Medway. The cost of living crisis hit the affected 50s women and their families particularly hard. Thousands of women have had years now of financial hardship due to their retirement plans in anticipation of a state pension from the age of 60. Many have to rely on families, and if they are lucky enough, maybe savings, to get them through. And for others, applying unsuccessfully for mean-tested benefits. They now have nothing to fall back on. And amid rising costs for food, energy, fuel and rent, many are living in poverty. This has a negative effect not just on the individual woman, but their families. Women who had originally planned to retire at 60, for example, would possibly have been available for caregiving roles within their families, to look after children and grandchildren or elderly relatives. Many would have been working in the volunteer sector. This upheaval to their retirement plans has resulted many of them having to continue working, even ill women. I have checked the figures this afternoon. 286,400 WASPy women have died since 2015, waiting for what was rightly theirs. These deaths have saved the Treasury over £4 million, while the WASPy women and their families have found themselves in financial hardship. Single, divorced or widowed women often having no other source of income. Some women lost their independence by relying on husbands and partners to support them. The WASPy women have battled through many years for justice, through judicial reviews and the long wait for the Ombudsman's review and report. And now a clear verdict of maladministration in the communication of pension law change has finally been handed down. These women were robbed of a chance to plan for retirement by the Department of Work and Pension. And now justice must be given. I hope you can all please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. Is the altered motion supported? Councillor Murray, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Speak now, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nestorov, and thank you, Councillor Sands, for bringing this motion forward. And I'm very pleased to second it, and I appreciate the negotiation and the talk that we were able to have with you about changing the motion so that it fitted the context that we're in today. And everything that Councillor Sands has said, and it's important, by the way, that men show their support for this issue, because I have to say, notwithstanding all the good and supportive men in this chamber, if this had happened to men, I don't think the issue would have remained unresolved. And I think the WASPy campaign have said that over and over again. In seconding the motion, I pay tribute to the Medway WASPy campaign, and particularly to Flick Foreman, who, along with others, continues to campaign. Councillor Van Dijk and I were very pleased to join them at the parliamentary lobby. And eventually, after a great deal of campaigning, of fundraising, and very sincere and frank public scrutiny of the way they had been affected, the Parliamentary Ombudsman did make a ruling. And the last government failed entirely to pay attention to the ruling, and Mel Stride, who was the relevant minister at the time, refused to commit to a timeline. I'm pleased to say we've been able to work with Nashaba Khan MP, never get tired of saying it, who was able to speak directly to the Work and Pensions Secretary, Liz Kendall, who has promised to take this whole issue very seriously and to look at all the evidence again, which is only almost it's the least that we can do. But things have to be done properly. There is a new government. They need to understand what has happened. They need to draw conclusions. But in the meantime, Councillor Sands' motion, the WASPI women of Medway and WASPI women everywhere have my support. They were hugely let down. As Councillor Sands has rightly said, some of them have already died. Their families mourn them and were part, as people in Medway were, of the campaign to get some justice. This was an entirely avoidable mess-up by government. People have a right to be told what's happening. They have a right to be able to plan for it. And as the WASPI women have said, we paid in, you pay out. And I think that will continue to be their refrain for some time to get. I wish them luck. I do support them. And I'm pleased that we're able to have this motion. Councillor Maple and I will be writing a joint letter as the motion asks us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I now open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Brake.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sands, for presenting this motion here this evening. I don't intend to speak long concerning this motion, only to say that the Conservative group will in fact be supporting Councillor Sands in the motion, and will in fact suggest that given the importance of this particular motion, it is in fact about equality, and it is important that we recognise that and all go together as a full collective council to make representation to the Secretary of State, and as has been suggested by Councillor Murray, you've already done that initial contact through one of the members of Parliament. The Conservative group will in fact be supporting this motion, and may I suggest, Mr. Mayor, that perhaps we should go straight to the vote that really shows our determination on what we intend to do. So that is my proposal, that we go straight to the vote, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Are members content to move straight to the vote? Okay. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the next motion, I now call upon Councillor Spalding to...
A point of order on that. I understand why we went straight to the vote, but it's a bit disappointing that a vote on women's pensions, only one woman was able to speak on it. So would like that noted. Thank you.
Can we please note that? Yeah. Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Spalding to propose the motion on item C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two events of military significance recently took place in Medway, Armed Forces Day and D-Day 80. It seems, unfortunately, Medway had no plans for D-Day 80 until a group of veterans asked to hold a short service at the War Memorial at Medway Park. What followed was, quite frankly, not up to our usual high standards. A flag raising arranged where dignitaries far outnumbered veterans, and some veteran organisations were just given sparse allocation when the venue could have accommodated a lot more. A service in the cathedral that had Councillor Gurung not told me about that morning, I'd have been none the wiser and completely missed. It wasn't advertised. And that cathedral service had only a Union Jack carried, no British Legion or other standards. The CCF at King's School at the last minute provided cadets in working dress. No others really. It was a pretty poor show. And I appreciate it might have hit the council officers at the last minute and be a bit of a fastball. But the British military's got a very good reputation at fastball. When this country suddenly needed Nightingale hospitals, they called the chief medical officer in. He sat down and said, OK, what do you want? When do you want it by? And how many do you need? Provided. And several members here, including the leader of the council, have seen what veterans can do when we're involved with helping to organise events. And several of us are eagerly awaiting the Chatham town fixtures with a view to organising something again for Remembrance Weekend at the football club. When you compare what happened at D-Day 80 with some of the villages, it was, as I say, not great. Who had a procession? Slough Fort, All Hallows put on an extravaganza. Even Grain made beacon lighting very special. An Armed Forces Day. Change of venue, we get that. But there are certain things when you do need to consult with those who've got military experience, parades and everything else. Unfortunately, the parade day, it was warm. We had several of the cadets going over. It was very unfortunate because that day we actually put children in Medway at risk. And that cannot ever be allowed to happen again. This is not a case of the military community or the veteran community want to take over and organise everything. What we're saying is, come and see us, come and talk to us, give us some impact. We would like to help. We can bring our contacts in, we can bring our expertise in. I congratulate Councillor Gurong on her new portfolio and all those who have also got promoted, and I look forward to working with her on perhaps this and other issue. But the simple fact is, yeah, people went away from Armed Forces Day and said, oh, it was good. Good? We don't do good. This is Medway and we are the British military. We do awesome. We do excellent. We do outstanding. And what is coming in to me, as one of the two veterans on this council, is that the Medway veterans and some of the military community want to help. We're happy to help. We're happy to bring our expertise in. And we would very much like to help if you will give us the opportunity. We can make military events in Medway absolutely superb, time and time again, even the fastballs. So I've proposed this motion to this council to take forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Is that supported? Councillor Sands, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll speak now.
Thank you.
In supporting this motion, I'm doing it really as a sort of mid-term report card. A B+, good, but could do better. I think we all know that the British Armed Forces are the best in the world, and the British military do ceremonial parades better than anyone in the world. So we've set ourselves a very high bar. I have to say I didn't attend Armed Forces Day. I and my partner Dawn were at home with COVID tests. We brought back from the Lake District, strangely enough. But I have had reports and videos and conversations with veterans and others who were there. This Armed Forces Day, the event is usually held at the Great Lines. And it's an excellent spectacle. And it's always been very well supported by all. And I think most of us are used to that venue. So this was the Dockyard's first attempt, a novelty, and I guess it had problems. It had problems from the start, with groups of veterans being given timed entrances, when many of them had to be at stands and ready for parade. I'm told there was a confused parking information, made it quite problematic. Members of the public have told me that some of them were told that it was fully booked, fully oversubscribed. And this, of course, put people off coming. And this would never have happened at the Lines. I'm informed that some of the speeches in that heat went on just a tad too long. It was a very hot day, especially for cadets and for those vets who are no longer as fit as they used to be. But as I say, this is a first attempt by Historic Dockyard, given a B+. But for all these events, there does need to be, I believe, more or better liaising with cadet forces, veteran groups, and our serving military to ensure that this wonderful day is the very best we can make it. Finally, I would just like to thank this council for its support it gives to our armed forces, its veterans and its cadet forces. And of course, a massive thanks to the people of Medway for their ongoing support to our armed forces as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. I'm going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestoroff, and thank you, Councillor Spalding, for bringing the motion. Although I don't agree with every word within it, I will be voting in favour of it tonight because the spirit of it I don't disagree with. So let me start by saying this. This place, as I've said many, many times, the Armed Forces is in our DNA. People know why I'm here. I don't want to sound like somebody talking about a toolmaker, but people know why I'm in the Medway towns. And I'm incredibly proud of the brilliant work that our now outgoing Armed Forces champion Alex Patterson did, Councillor Patterson. And I welcome veteran Councillor Stamp to the role of Armed Forces champion, working with me with the political portfolio for the Armed Forces Covenant. We can always do things better. You know, I've said over the last 17 years, nowhere is perfect. There's always room for improvement. I think one of the challenges, so obviously, I'll pick up on Armed Forces Day. So I think one of the challenges is, you know, I spent all day there. I didn't leave early, unlike other politicians leaving events early when it comes to our armed forces. And I had dozens and dozens of conversations. And here's the thing, whatever we choose to do next year, some people will be unhappy. Some people absolutely loved it there, thought it was the best Armed Forces Day ever. Other people were like, we must get back to the Great Lines. So whatever the choice, and there is no choice yet, I appreciate that there will be some unhappy people because they won't get what they want. And that's fine, because sometimes that's the way these things work. I do accept as well that the council is very good at consulting with some people, but if that pool can be a bit bigger, that's fantastic too. And I know I'll work closely, as I say, with Councillor Stamp and indeed Dan Ratcliffe, who does an amazing job alongside loads of other amazing jobs he does for the council in coordinating some of that work. So I'm happy to support this. I think Medway does a great job at, you know, recognising its past, supporting its present and looking forward to its future when it comes to the armed forces. And we will always listen carefully to all those. Not a single armed forces veteran or serving personnel didn't get into Armed Forces Day. Everybody got a ticket. Everybody was able to access it. That was important to me. We made sure that that was communicated out. But if it's held there next year, we'll learn lessons. If it's held back at the Great Lines, we'll learn the positive lessons from this year to improve it further. So I'll be supporting this motion tonight. Thank you, Mayor Nestoroff.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Next one is Councillor Dole.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say that, first of all, this is, in my view, a completely non-political matter, because I think both sides, and including the independent members, will all support the armed forces to the extent that we do. And we went through a very long period of effort to try to get ourselves not just a bronze standard or a silver standard, but a gold standard. And that is something which is extremely difficult to get. But even more, it's not a badge that we put on the wall and leave there. It is something, it's a standard, a very high standard, which demands a standard of continuing improvement with each event. Now, I don't accept that this last one was a failure. I don't think it was. But I think there are always ways in which these things can be improved. I welcome the cooperation again with the historic dockyard, and indeed I would remind the mover of the motion that in fact that was already the way in which we had our first event. I think what is important though, and the thing I was looking for which wasn't in there, and I would like to see it included if it can be, is I'd like to see much more of a national profile for it. I do not understand why something which not only honours the armed forces and recognises the terrific record that, that they have in defending ourselves, but also the fact that by having these days, we show how much benefit there is in the reserve forces, how much skill we actually impart to people. I've heard numbers of reservists have come back and said, I've enjoyed life a heck of a lot more since I signed up as a reservist. I can now do this, I can now do that, you know, and often it means that they're actually able to offer more skills in their workplace. So it's a very, very positive thing. But I think that what they need too is to know that they have the national interest, to know that we, you know, perhaps can get a band, the Royal Marines or something, but I know everybody wants them. But in fact, we have this historic tradition. We have the venue. I don't see any reason really why it can't be held in the Docker. Where it's held doesn't matter. The standard of it does. And I think that we ought to try just to go up to the next level again, make sure that we do make this event of national significance so that people recognise that we started this event so many years ago, we were the first to do it, and I think we should be recognised as being the best to do it. And I'm sure we can all agree on that. And therefore, I would like to hope that in future planning, we recognise this ongoing commitment and that we do actually stretch ourselves, even if we get no's from people, and actually pressure both our MPs, our local MPs and so on, to make sure that we get some national participation. And I'm sure it can be achieved.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. Councillor Gurung.
Thank you, Mayor Nostorov. As the new portfolio holder for Heritage, Culture and Leisure, and as a proud Armed Forces family member and advisor of the local Gherkin community, Medway, I feel very proud to live in Medway, where we have very rich military connection and equally magnificent history and heritage. In my previous capacity as the Mayor of Medway, I also attended many veterans' breakfast mornings, military gatherings, and cadet units across different parts of Medway, where we have sat side by side to support, lend an ear or shoulder, and enjoy the special camaraderie that exists among soldiers, veterans, and families of our armed forces, or appreciated the immensely noteworthy work that takes place in our cadet units. As such, I'm fully in support of inviting representatives of veterans groups, military establishment, and cadet units when planning future events to celebrate our armed forces and important commemorative events to mark their sacrifices, bravery, and dedication to secure our freedom and way of life. I would also like to take this opportunity to call upon the named representatives who are already in touch with the Council to help us reach out to other representatives across different parts of Medway so that collated views are holistic and any future planning decisions as well as rationale are accurately disseminated through the nominated representatives alongside the Council's communication team through various media outlets. At times where there might not be or where there might be some differences of opinion, it is important that the rationale for the final decision is recognized, respected, and again, cascaded truthfully. The key priority is that we go forward steadfast in our commitment to work together so that we are united and strong, and that our veterans, serving soldiers, their families, cadet units, and our young cadets all feel proud to be Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gurung. Councillor Stump.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking forward to First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Labour and Cooperative Group for electing me to take over from Councillor Patterson as Armed Forces Champion. Being a veteran myself, I know and understand the challenges faced while serving in the forces and the challenges you face when you leave. I have lived experience. I am looking forward to carrying on the outstanding work that Councillor Patterson has done as Armed Forces Champion, making links with the different groups within our community. I'm also looking forward to going along to the Medway and West Kent Armed Forces and Veterans Breakfast, which has over 300 members, and meeting Kevin Rourke, who set up the Medway Breakfast Club over 8 years ago. I will also be engaging with the other local veterans groups and military establishments, whether there are events coming up which are connected to the military or not. Every year we have the chance to show our support to our Armed Forces community by having Armed Forces Day. This is held on the last Saturday of June. This year, Armed Forces Day was held at the historic dockyard Chatham. Medway Council worked in partnership with the historic dockyard Chatham to host this event. This special day included military displays, vehicles, colourful parades, live bands and fun activities. Whilst it was a ticketed event, everyone serving in the forces and every veteran could go along to this event if they wanted to. Having raised concerns myself with colleagues prior to this year's Armed Forces Day regarding the ticketing arrangement for the event, I was pleased that the Council responded positively and made additional tickets available for the Armed Forces community. These were advertised via Medway Council's social media channels in the days leading up to the events at the historic dockyard. I am sure Medway Council's events team will respond positively to any constructive feedback which Councillor Spalding provides to them and any other councillor for that matter. But credit where credit is due, Medway Council's events team has a good track record of providing invariably well-organised, popular and inclusive events, and I'm confident that will continue into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. There are two members indicating from the Labour group, but I can take only one. So I'm going to take Councillor Patterson as the previous Armed Forces champion. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. I will be supporting this motion, although I must say I do so with significant reservations in terms of I'm not as perhaps generous as Councillor Maple in accepting the spirit of the motion, because I was at the D-Day 80 event which Councillor Spalding has disparaged. I found it a deeply moving ceremony, and veterans reading out diary entries from young men who served on the 6th of June 1944 on the beaches really brought the sacrifice to life, and I think it was an excellent ceremony. I thought it was highly appropriate that it took place at such a fitting location as the dockyard at the National Destroyer Memorial at HMS Cavalier. So I'm surprised that after the fact, and having participated in these events, that they are then subject to criticism in a public forum rather than a private one with myself, or as former Armed Forces champion, or as with the leader as the portfolio holder responsible for the Armed Forces Covenant. When it comes to the service that day at the Cathedral, I think if you have an issue with the way the Cathedral marked the ceremony, which again I found incredibly moving, and I thought it was highly appropriate, Rochester Cathedral spire lit in gold to commemorate Gold Beach, one of the beaches which British soldiers landed at on that day 80 years ago. I think you have to take it up with the management of the cathedral. I'm sure the Dean would be disappointed to hear the criticism, and it certainly was not a secret, the event. It was promoted on the cathedral website. I promoted it on my social media. I know that colleagues did the same. So I think Councillor Spalding does need to do his research a little bit better. When it comes to the attendance of that, I would also say that school children were actually participating on that day in a national act of remembrance in their classrooms. So not all of what was done in Medway that day to mark such an important occasion took place in public view. And I think that's really important, because what things like Armed Forces Day celebrate is that bond between civilians and the military. And it's not just about veterans, it's really important that they are consulted, and that's something that I have done in my time as Armed Forces champion. I pay tribute to Canon Peter Brunvels, the Kent Armed Forces champion, who has been very generous in sharing his time with me as Armed Forces champion. And I wish our incoming Armed Forces champion all the best in making the events even better in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any other member? No one has indicated that they want to speak, so I'm going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. People will often agree to disagree. We will often have different opinions based on our attendances. Like Councillor Maple, I was at Armed Forces Day all day. I went round all the stands and everything else. Having that disagreement among us and talking these through is how we go forward and we make the events better. I fully appreciate how the events team from Medway has and does a good job in what they organise. I spent 2.5 years with my regiment as lead corporal running various events, including obviously corporals' weekends, dinners, and I know exactly how difficult it is, especially when you need to work with your team and for your team to work. I take Councillor Doe's point about having a gold standard, but it's like everything else. Getting it's one thing, keeping it's another. I'm grateful for the comments that are coming back. I look forward very much with working together with Councillor Garung and Councillor Stamp and any other veterans and councillors that want to take this forward. And I'm grateful for Councillor Maple's comments about the spirit, and if the wording's not right, then I will wholeheartedly apologise. I can only go on what I was given and the information that I fed back and received to me. That said, I'm happy to continue and to propose this motion to the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Is that agreed? The motion is carried. I now call upon Councillor Ueva Prenta to propose the motion at item D.
On any given night, approximately 20 people are sleeping rough right here in Medway. This figure is based on intelligence gathered across partners working with people sleeping rough and is confirmed by physical street counts on a periodic basis. The people sleeping rough will vary throughout the month, and we know that people will move in and out of informal arrangements such as sofa surfing. The outreach team reports on the number of discrete individuals found when responding to reports via Street Link, direct to the RSI inbox and an online reporting form, and of course the regular visits to sites where people are known to sleep rough. A total of 239 referrals were received in Q1 24-25. This number is reported to DLUC on a monthly basis. Typically, at any one time, across all of our funded provision, approximately 100 individuals currently or previously sleeping rough in Medway are being worked with. This funding is ending in March 2025, and we have not been told of any funding past that date. All work is done in a multi-agency approach, and loss of service will potentially have significant impacts on temporary accommodation pressures, increased referrals to supported housing, increased demand on drug and alcohol treatment services, and additional pressures on adult social care in terms of local authority departments, but also on the wider provision, such as police, mental health services, and primary care services. As well as the impacts on budgets and services, there is a certainty that helping people to get support and take up accommodation offers is the right thing to do from a societal responsibility and compassionate position. Public Health England reports that people who sleep rough over a long period of time face a higher likelihood of dying prematurely. Compared to the general population, the average age at death of a person who has experienced homelessness is almost half that of those who have not. Shockingly, 44 years for men and 42 years for women. It should be noted that the grant amount has been decreasing year on year as the award was made in 2021 with the expectation that numbers nationally would go down. This has not been the case. Rough sleeping numbers nationally increased from 2010 to a peak in 2017 when the RSI grant funding programme was introduced. The measures had significant success, including the Everyone In actions, but have not been able to deal with the post-pandemic cost of living crisis increase and the levels of demand that we're facing. The official autumn 2023 rough sleeping snapshot showed a 27% increase nationally over the year from autumn 22. Numbers in Medway have similarly returned to levels seen prior to the introduction of the RSI grant due to the impacts I've already mentioned. With funding ceasing in March 25, the risk is an exponential increase in numbers of people sleeping rough. Medway is already challenged by insufficient available property, which is affordable for people with a history of sleeping rough, and also the number of landlords willing to let, as the private rental market has shrunk significantly in the last 2 years. Medway also needs a 24-hour high needs hostel, as there is a significant population whom no current provision has been able to successfully support to stay in accommodation due to the challenges they're facing, such as a revolving door. I ask all members to please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weber-Prenter. Is that supported? Councillor Jones, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I second and reserve the right, Mayor Nestroff.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. I'm going to now open the floor for debate.
Mr. Mayor, I might have a significant interest being chair of AMAT, who support, if you want me to step out.
Just one minute.
Yeah.
To confirm. Yes, Councillor Crozer, please. Thank you for notifying us. Councillor Govin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the few months before I was appointed chair of Medway's Community Safety Partnership, we had 3 rough sleepers died here in Medway. When I looked further into the circumstances, I found out that 2 of those died from a heroin overdose. The third had stolen hand sanitising solution from Medway Hospital and drank it. All the 3 of those are terrible tragedies which should never have happened. Shocked by that, I managed to get a bit of money together. It was only £40,000. And Mark Brethwick started to work on what we could do as a pilot scheme to try and improve the situation here in Medway. Fortunately, he did not even finish that work. We had a message from the government that they wanted to do more about rough sleeping. That immediately levered in something like £400,000, 10 times the CCAL money that I'd managed to get together. And it was hard work, particularly with Councillor Doe and Mark Brethwick doing the spade work. We have continued to lever in considerable amounts of sums of money. In fact, when the then Housing Minister, Heather Wheeler, came to see what we've been doing here in Medway, she held us up as an exemplar and told us that we were one of the best performing authorities in the whole country. So yes, I would very, very much like to support this motion. And my colleagues here, and I'm sure the independent members, would like to support it. But unfortunately, it's full of party political propaganda with it. So if you are prepared to accept a reasonable amendment that keeps and I believe strengthens the motion and the thoughts behind it, because I think it would send out a very powerful message if we could be unanimous in this chamber, and that sends a good message out to government how we want this situation to continue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Govin. An amendment for the motion is now being distributed to members. Is that supported? Is the amendment supported?
Right to speak.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doe. I now open the floor to debate on the amendment. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. And it's interesting, isn't it, in the space of just 3 motions, that motion A, that was allowed to be very political and having a go at a political administration. But motion D, let's take the politics out of it. Well, I'm sorry to say, I, for one, certainly won't be supporting this amendment. I look forward to hearing colleagues speaking on the substantive motion. While I'm on the floor on this issue, I want to pay huge tribute to the former portfolio holder for Housing and Property, Councillor Nashaba Khan MP, for the amazing work she has done. And I know Councillor Luella Prenter will continue that great work. Where I would agree with Councillor Golvin is in recognising the outstanding work in his previous role of Mark Brethwick, and he's now doing an outstanding job since getting promoted. So I won't be supporting this amendment. I'd urge all colleagues across the chamber to not support this amendment, and I want to hear from some more colleagues on the substantive motion, because I think there's some important issues I'm sure they will raise. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. And can I first of all just thank Councillor Luella Prenter for bringing this motion forward. It's so important that we get this right in a time when rough sleeping is on the rise. I just don't understand how we can support this motion, because what this is doing is rewriting history. And I think if that's what Councillor Golvin wants, he wants to remove fact and replace that with warm words because it makes him feel better. I don't think that's something that we can support in this chamber. And I note that you've quoted St Mungo's in your rewrite. I used to work for St Mungo's, and one of the things that St Mungo's always noted was the fact that yes, there are very complex reasons why people are rough sleeping, but they were absolutely heightened by the previous government. And that was because all the services that went around them had completely disappeared. So it's very well to quote St Mungo's in this, but note that when the former Home Secretary said that rough sleeping was a lifestyle choice, St Mungo's spoke out against that because they recognised the damage that was doing. So there is nothing in the original motion that actually the other side should be upset by. It's based in fact. Homelessness was in a significant increase since 2010, and it's now reached peak levels in a way, and under a previous Labour government, it was almost eradicated. So those are two clear, stark contrasts about how different governments and different approaches work. So I don't see how this side could support this amendment, and I certainly won't be, given my background and experience and understanding, and the fact that the original motion very clearly dealt in fact and set out very clear structural reasons why rough sleeping and homelessness is on the increase and how we tackle that. And it seems that the Conservative benches want to make themselves better tonight by suggesting that under their watch this didn't happen.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Mandarakis, you indicated you want to speak. Is that on the substantial motion?
Substantive, thanks.
Okay. So, Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel I need to speak because I'm chair of Children's and Young People's Committee, and, you know, depoliticising homelessness. All over the media, the Tories have been slammed for causing a generation of homelessness. That's a generation of children having their lives blighted by homelessness. Charities all over the world have commented on how we are the 5th or 6th richest nation of the world. Actually, it's the 6th, thanks to the Tories. We used to be 5th. Huge rises in homelessness and rough sleeping. There are 145,800 children living in temporary accommodation as of April last year, up a fifth from 20 years ago when records were started to be measured. This figure is also up 15% since 2022. And this is data, dare I say, from the own Tories Minister for Levelling Up, laugh out loud. On the 31st of December last year, there were 112,666 households in temporary accommodation. And actually, they are appalling. And you know, some of our ministers, the hand signal typed ones, you know, wanted to make it illegal for rough sleepers to have a bit of shelter in torrential rain and arrest them for putting a tent up and keeping them out of the cold. They have neglected people of Medway. They should be ashamed of themselves. And now we have 3 fantastic MPs who are not only going to make a difference to Medway, but actually Medway government, Labour government, will make this a thing of the past, because we've done this before. We'll have to do it again. And shame on you for trying to politicise this. Children will know what they've been brought into and who's caused it. And you have lifelong blood on your hands, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. If there is no other member, Councillor Weber-Prenter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm disappointed by the opposition. I'm not surprised that you have tried to amend the historical fact on the motion, but I'm disappointed because you're coming away from the fact that the idea of it is to support and help one of the most vulnerable groups in our society. So, although I'm not surprised, I'm disappointed about the amendment, and I think we should just go to the vote on the amendment, to be honest. Thank you.
Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to raise a quick point. It's not acceptable to use language in the chamber about people having blood on their hands in the current context of political challenges and particularly rows between each other. Not acceptable in this chamber, not acceptable from a member of this council, not in compliance with the Nolan principles. So, Mr. Mayor, it's not acceptable. Thank you.
Point of personal explanation from Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Mr. Mayor, can I have a right to reply? I don't know if Boy George knows about metaphor. It was a metaphor, and that's all I used. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm sorry, he can't privatise what I speak about. I speak from lived experience. I speak from dealing with Luton, residents of Luton, and, you know, I do that, and I've done that for half a decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, are we going to get this every time the Conservatives speak? Is this your latest theme? Is the Labour group being political and that you are not? Sorry, but that is just laughable. Of course, politics comes into this. That is why people vote, to select who's going to prioritise what and the resources that go behind it. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of warm words. So obviously, it's politics. This is actually something that's very important to me. I wonder how many other people in this chamber have actually been homeless, like I have worked with the homeless when I worked for Porchlight. Then, because it's important to me, I was moved to speak and to show my very strong support in Councillor Prenter's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that I think the amended motion actually makes it more acceptable across the chamber for all to agree, because it has removed any risk of someone saying it's political. This is, of course, a very important subject, and I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems pretty obvious that the amendment is going to be voted down by the Labour and Cooperative Group. I'm wondering how that's going to look in the press when our amendment is voted down, because I would like to know if our main aim is to reduce rough sleeping in the Medway towns, what part of this amendment do they not agree with? All of it. Can that be minuted, please? Everything on the amendment they disagree with, which is ridiculous, stupid, and idiotic thing to say. Thank you.
There is no other member indicating that they wish to speak. Councillor Mandarakas, we have reached the limit. You can have a chance to speak on the substantive motion after. We go back to the supporter of the amendment, Councillor Doe.
Mr. Mayor, I think the reason I support this amendment is quite simply that I think, constantly lose the fact that this is a council. It is not, we're not debating in the chamber at Westminster. I think it's ridiculous the way in which everything is politicised. As far as I'm concerned, we work very closely with the government. We worked during the time that I was portfolio holder for several years. We set up a number of systems. We looked after those people on the streets. And indeed, I did so because all my life has been spent in that milieu. Yes, I have been homeless on one occasion, actually. I have. And it's not a thing I would want anyone to suffer. It's a very miserable, hopeless state of affairs. And that's why I used to work with Councillor Galvin because homelessness isn't only a question of putting a roof over people's heads or getting them a bed for the night. It's actually adjusting their lifestyles in the sense that when you talk about lifestyles, there has to be a choice. A choice has to be voluntary. If you're simply put into it because you haven't got the resources, etc., then there are a number of issues to be addressed. And one of the things I've found, and it certainly was true of myself, is that when you are homeless, you find that actually your horizons rapidly diminish, that you actually get a whole lot of other problems that are associated with homelessness and with, if you like, almost despair. And therefore, I think it's very important that we keep a focus on what the council is asking the government to do. And I think what we're wanting here is certainty of funding, because I think as I often made this point to the Conservative government whenever I got the opportunity, but the point really was this, that you have to have certainty of opportunity so that we can actually know that we're getting enough to deal with the problem. The problem is very, very difficult to deal with. It's not a simple thing, not a question of just banging up a few more houses or something of that sort. It is a very difficult problem, and it involves all the sort of issues that are tackled so well by the Blue Light Group and all the agencies working together. And if I may say so, it also means all the members of this council working together. It's a very, very important and I think a major problem. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm totally committed to dealing with the homeless as far as I can. I think that we have that duty to them. We have that duty to take that despair away, but we have to do it in a way which actually alters the whole of the style in which they live. And I think that is something which is very important and needs to be adjusted. So just finally, I think that the original motion was, in my view, far too wordy. I think no doubt the MPs can raise all those points when they get up to Westminster. But as far as I'm concerned, we should concentrate on clearly articulating what this council needs for the homeless, and what we need is money and certainty.
Thank you, Councillor Doe. Thank you very much. We're going back to Councillor Govin as the mover of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed but not surprised. Councillor Maple stood up in this chamber just over a year ago and promoted one Medway. This is not one Medway. We have the opportunity with this motion to send a powerful message, unanimously, I believe, with the independent members as well, that we want this funding to continue. I do not believe I've got blood on my hands. I'm very proud of what Councillor Doe and myself did to try our best to remove the scourge of rough sleeping from the streets of Medway. I would love that work to continue. But it appears that some people don't want a unanimous message, well, that's up to you. I'm very sorry. We've tried. We've offered the olive leaf. The olive leaf has been trampled into the mud, and we know where we stand in future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Govan. We're now going to vote on the amendment. Is that agreed? Oh, sorry. All those in favour? All those against?
The amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost. We're now going to continue debate on the original motion. I open the floor. Any member? Councillor Mandarakas.
To quickly respond to the amendment debate earlier, whilst our language choices are important...
Councillor Mandarakas, we're debating the original motion.
So, whilst our language choices are important, I think us understanding the weight of what we are playing politics over is more so. Councillor Govan himself said 3 rough sleepers died within that year. People's lives do rest in our hands, and I don't think using a metaphor to express that diminishes that responsibility. An estimate of close to 4,000 people were sleeping rough across England last year. Those estimates began being collected in 2010 and were rising between 5% and 30% every year for 8 years before any action was taken. This funding has been vital in starting to reduce those numbers, as the first time the figure reduced rather than rose was in 2018 when the RSI was introduced. It did then fall significantly in 2020 when the Everyone In scheme was introduced due to the pandemic, but not without significant government investment. Stable homes are essential to stable lives, and a lack of them underpins so many issues across society. How could anyone tackle addiction or find a job while sleeping in a doorway? How can you pull yourself up by your bootstraps when those bootstraps are being used to hold your tent in place? I firmly believe, based on the previous track records of Labour governments, that this government will address this ever-growing issue at the cause, rather than throwing obscene amounts of money to put people in hotels due to a global pandemic and then return to tinkering around the edges afterwards. But in the meantime, the support that does exist can't hit a cliff edge, so I implore them to continue the RSI or similar whilst those underlying issues are addressed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this motion. I'm another of those that had the title homeless. Lock-up garage, my camp bed, kitty cat's food bowl and scratching post already. Luckily, just before I moved in, a friend offered me a room. It's not nice. And I also recall in this chamber, not so long ago, when the Labour group proposed a budget increase, albeit by borrowing, to go and get numerous homes, which would be an asset to Medway. Certain Conservative members wanted to delay it. Not acceptable. I'm a little disappointed that, this is overly political, because I sit at the back and I've watched this quite often, and sometimes when we do take a lot of the politics out, we get a lot more done between us, but I accept a lot of these are political. I'm a little disappointed that it doesn't actually call for an increase in the funding so we can truly deal with this. But I appreciate times are hard, and we know that, loads of money got spent on useless PPE and everything else and whatever. Well, that's another one. But on a personal note, I spend some of my Sundays down with One Big Family at the soup kitchen, and I know Councillor Maple supports us and everything, and several others have actually been down there. Whenever there's an event on, lots of councillors go along and support it and tweet about it. Yeah, we've been to this quiz night, we've been to this dance, we've been to this. What I'm disappointed about, Mr. Mayor, is very few of the members of this chamber actually come down on a Sunday, put a pair of plastic gloves on, help dish out the food and help. 17th of September 2023, I wrote to both main group whips and said, look, guys, Come and see what it's like. It's getting worse out there. I know, because I go down and do it. Christmas Eve, I was there. New Year's Eve, while others were partying, I was there. I wrote to those two whips saying, please arrange for your members to come down. Totally non-political, won't say you're a councillor, just come down and see for yourself. How many responses did we get? None. Well, I repeat that offer in open council today. Come and see for yourself, realise what it's worth. As I say, slightly disappointed we're not asking for more money, but we definitely need to keep the funding, and if that means we've got to be a little political with it, then so be it. But Mr Mayor, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter for reminding me of the quote that the measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable members. I'm also really proud of our borough's inclusive intention to support everybody. And so I also really welcome this opportunity to try and further provide this support to those who, as we've heard, are at such a critical point in their lives. We've mentioned our children already, and as an educator, I know it's not enough to just talk to our children about what society's problems are. But one of the greatest privileges of sitting here is to begin to address how we solve these problems. And so this motion will hopefully continue to support our intention together to provide this support for those who need it, but to provide it in the very real context of a national political landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When I saw that this motion was on the order paper tonight, I was wondering whether we were going to see a raft of new proposals from Keir Starmer on how he was going to end homelessness. But actually, of course, there is very little, if anything, in the King's speech to do with homelessness, which is a real disappointment. I think Councillor Prenter is right. This is probably political. It's about choices. Keir Starmer has made the decision not to invest in alleviating homelessness in this first King's speech. The legislative agenda is packed full of items, but none on this. I do agree that rough sleeping is extremely complex, and I don't think, whilst Councillor Prenter's motion mentions that, I think she boils it all down to the amount of money that's going to be made available. So maybe Councillor Prenter...
Excuse me, Councillor Warrens. Point of order from the Khan.
Which is an absolute part of...
You might vote well when someone's talking, that's why you're not meant to interrupt. Start again, please.
Councillor Khan, could you start again your
Yeah,
microphone?
absolutely. So just a point of order, I think Councillor Lawrence would be reminded, because he suggested that there was nothing in the King's speech yesterday which referenced tackling homelessness. Actually, the end of Section 21 notices, which was something the previous government was asked to do and didn't, was announced in yesterday's King's speech and will play a role in ending some of the structural issues that cause homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Warrens, you may continue.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I mean, Councillor Khan also failed to mention the measures in the King's speech that may reduce the supply of private rented accommodation. For example, increases in capital gains tax, inheritance tax on assets that are owned by people. And actually, the previous Conservative government hasn't got a strong track record on supporting the private rented sector either. I just wanted to make a few points about the current homelessness. I noticed Councillor Prenter's motion doesn't include the actual numbers of people sleeping rough in Medway. Maybe she couldn't find those numbers. It's just easy to make the assertion that...
Excuse me, Councillor Warrens, point of personal explanation from Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter.
About it. I did. You weren't listening, Councillor Lawrence.
Back to you, Councillor Warrens.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to note that I'm looking forward to hearing the policy that the Labour government will bring forward once the current initiatives end in March 2025. There was £2.4 billion worth of funding put into that initiative by the previous government, plus lots of individual amounts and pots of money that were distributed by different agencies. And I think actually one of the issues here is that maybe councils need to have the money that they can invest in dealing with homelessness in their area, rather than the constant having to bid for money to actually end homelessness. I think this council can be proud of what the previous administration did, and that will set maybe a trend for the future. But I just also was noting some national figures, is the number of men who are homeless. Actually, men make up the largest group who are homeless, and be interesting to hear Councillor Prenter's suggestions on how we might specifically address that issue. Also, this council has borrowed a significant amount of money to invest in temporary accommodation, and I'm hoping that some of that might be made available for people who are finding themselves homeless. But let's not get away from the fact there are people who are sleeping rough, who go through cycles of addiction, into housing, eviction, more addiction. It is not as simple as throwing unlimited amounts of money at the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. Every one of us here this evening voting on this motion has the security of a stable and safe home tonight. Rough sleeping is the most visible form of homelessness, and we are seeing rapidly increasing numbers of women rough sleeping. The last Tory government completely failed to meet its commitment to end rough sleeping by 2024. That's this year. In fact, we now have 120% more people sleeping rough today than in 2010. A visible indictment of 14 years of Conservative government austerity cuts targeted at our most vulnerable citizens. I see the impact of these austerity cuts every time I walk on my own high street as a councillor for Rochester West and Borstal. The scale of rough sleeping is now a source of national shame. It is the sign of extreme inequality. Tackling the structural issues which drive the causes of rough sleeping is both vital and urgent. We are one Medway. Everyone should have the security of a safe and stable home. It is time to put caring and social responsibility at the heart of rhetoric and action around rough sleeping and homelessness. End the harmful stereotypes which reinforce a culture of shifting responsibility to those who do not have what each of us in this chamber have, the security of a stable home. Stereotypes which were reinforced by the former Conservative Home Secretary, Suella Braverman. It cannot be overstated how dehumanising sleeping on the streets is. Not-for-profit organisations in the sector consistently report people without the security of a safe home are spat on, urinated on, or attacked. Is this the sort of society we want to be? Things have got to change. We need more effective support to prevent rough sleeping happening in the first place, and a tailored offer of support where it does happen, so that people can build an independent life away from the streets. I am hopeful that the Labour government will tackle the root causes of this issue. But until then, local government and the voluntary sector still need the tools to fight the symptoms.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion because if you actually read the action at the bottom where it says Medway calls on the government too, it's pretty much the same as the amendment. We're really just arguing over the top bit. And as I said, it is a really important issue. I think most of us, we're only 1 or 2 paychecks away from being a rough sleeper. And local authorities, they're the first people where these homeless people turn up to and ask for help. So they do need support because resources only go so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any other member? If no other member wish to speak, I will go back to the supporter of the motion, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestroff. In opening my remarks, I'd like to welcome Councillor Prenter, the mover, to her new role. I think this was a very good appointment by Councillor Maple, not only because of the individual involved, but in restructuring the Cabinet responsibilities so that there is a focus on housing issues in the portfolio, and I think that's to be welcomed. I wanted to speak to the structural issues, similar to Councillor Hamilton's contribution, Mayor Nestroff, but I won't repeat obviously everything that's been said already, but just to point out to Councillor Galvin that his amendment would have taken out the reference to structural issues, and that I hope responds also to Councillor Kemp's point as to one of the reasons why we weren't supporting the amendment. Now, the last Labour government had developed a head of steam on tackling issues which linked the cycle of vulnerability and deprivation. And I recall it very vividly as I was a civil servant myself at the time. There must be a link certainly between the agencies who are tackling the issues affecting often middle-aged people, but not exclusively so, losing employment, those agencies which are tackling mental health issues, drug and alcohol dependency, homelessness, and those who end up in prison. And sadly, very often there is then a recycling when those people come out of prison and end up homeless. Now, clearly, I'm not saying that everyone has all these issues, but there is a link, and I'd like the new Labour government to pick up on this. And if there are any MPs listening to my contribution tonight, they may wish to take this forward with ministers so that the work that the last Labour government had begun can continue. And with that, I second the motion. Mayor Nestroff.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We're going back to the proposer of the motion, Councillor Weller-Prenter.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Jones. I'd just like to point out, actually, to Councillor Spalding, who questioned any sort of support for charities such as One Big Family, that members of this group have walked from London for that charity, raised a lot of money for them and continue to do so, and will do so again this year. I just want to make clear what we need is more certainty, not just a solution, which we currently have, that ends on a cliff edge. And the previous government being in charge for 14 years, there's still the growing number of people on the streets. It wasn't that long ago that members of the group opposite, previous members of the group, actually wanted to clear the streets by throwing away rough sleepers' equipment, which is just inhumane. And, you know, make that as you take that what you will. I just want to add to say I'd like to ask all members to support the motion, which is not just about numbers at the heart of it, it is actually about people. And that's what we're thinking about here, one of the vulnerable groups that we've got that is growing every day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weller-Prenter.
Let's call for a recorded vote, please.
The Leader of the Council, Councillor Wiss-Maple, has called for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a recorded vote on the substantive motion. I will call each member in turn, and you will please indicate whether you are voting for, against or abstain. And this is on the substantive motion. Councillor Anang. Councillor Anna-Mashorn. Councillor Barrett. Councillor Bowen. Councillor Brake. Councillor Campbell. Councillor Clark. Councillor Cook. Councillor Coombs. Councillor Crozer is not in the chamber. Councillor Curry. Councillor Doe. Councillor Etheridge. Has he gone? Left the chamber. Councillor Fern. Councillor Field. Councillor Filmer. Councillor Gilbourne. Councillor Golvin. Councillor Gurung. Councillor Hackwell. Mr. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Halcrow Scott. Councillor Hubbard. Councillor Hine. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jones. Councillor Joy. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Khan. Councillor Lamas. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Mahil. Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Maple. Councillor Murray. Councillor Myton. Mr. Mayor. Councillor Osborne. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Peake. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Perfect. Councillor Luella Printer. Councillor Mark Printer. Councillor Price. Councillor Sands. Councillor Spalding. Councillor Spring. Councillor Stamp. Councillor Tijan. Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Wildey. Councillor Williams. Mr. Mayor, the substantive motion is agreed.
This concludes agenda item 8, motions. So we are moving on to next agenda item 9, leaders' report. We now have 30 minutes to receive and debate the leaders' report. May I call on the leader to present the report.
Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff, and it's with great pleasure that I rise to my feet to deliver a historic leaders' report, the first Labour and Cooperative majority leaders' report under a Labour government. I want to start with the general election. As political responsibility for the general election, as a portfolio holder, it's one of those things that you are pretty nervous about. And we've seen elsewhere in the country sometimes several thousand votes going missing. And I'm sure that's being looked at appropriately. But here in Medway, the numbers tallied. And that's a great thing. We got it to work. And I want to firstly thank Medway Council's incredible hard-working staff to deliver not only brilliant polling stations, but a brilliant count. And I want to pay particular tribute to the team who worked on the postal vote opening. Whatever sauna you've ever been in, the pool view room at Medway Park was hotter than that. And I thank Stephen and the team there who did a tremendous job. So a huge thanks through you, Chief Executive, to all of those staff who made that happen. I want to thank the voters of Medway for a second year running choosing change by choosing Labour. And it wasn't, as at least one political analyst quoted, a hollow victory. It was a very clear victory for 3 fantastic MPs who have been brilliant cabinet members as part of this first year, brilliant campaigners, brilliant councillors, making a difference day in, day out. So I want to thank Councillor Tris Osborne MP, Councillor Nashaba Khan MP, and Councillor Lauren Edwards MP for their service on the Cabinet, and I know they will do a tremendous job representing this community in the House of Commons. I also want to put on record, as I have elsewhere and I will do in this council chamber, my thanks to the 3 outgoing MPs, to Tracy Crouch, to Kelly Tolhurst, and to Ray Chisty. We've often disagreed on many, many things. At one point, me and Ray agreed on things. I remember back in 2005, but I'm not sure if we've got any more membership forms. We thank them. We thank them for that service. Being an elected representative is hard work. We know that in this chamber. You get brickbats thrown at you. You get abuse on social media. Women in politics get disproportionate amounts of abuse on social media. So I recognise, particularly for Tracy and Kelly, that would have been an issue. And we want to stand shoulder to shoulder with our new MPs to make sure that doesn't happen moving forward. So I wish them well in whatever they do. And I congratulate Ray on his recent wedding to Alessandra as well. I also want to welcome our new cabinet members, some of whom you've heard, in fact, all three of whom you've already heard from tonight. Alex Patterson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter and Councillor Gurung for taking on those roles. We have got a dearth of talent. So if we have another general election and people want to get elected, we can find some more brilliant cabinet members. That's the strength in depth we have in our team. I also want to recognise both Councillor Lammas and Councillor Alamashon for putting themselves forward. Again, putting yourself forward for an election is never an easy thing to do. But let's be very, very clear. Medway voted for change. This country voted for change. And we're getting on with that. We're getting on with making sure that actually to tackle the security of energy, we're going to look at more wind farms. We're going to be bringing forward GB Energy. We're going to be making sure that our communities get the support they need through additional police officers, through additional teachers. As somebody said to me, we promised 6,500, we've lost another one. So we're already down one since the general election. So this is a positive, forward-thinking government, and I look forward to working with them. In fact, I don't look forward to it. We're already getting on with it. So I was very proud to visit number 10 today as part of an LGA delegation, speaking with a number of ministers, recognising, as we have as an administration, that local government isn't just about local government. It's not about just being in a silo. And I was very pleased, and I welcomed actually the Leader of the Opposition to the cross-party LGA Councillors Forum. It was good to see him there. I think in my recollection, the former Leader of the Council didn't attend once. So genuinely, it's good to have Medway's voice as loud as possible, along with, of course, my brilliant Deputy Leader, who has served diligently on one of the LGA policy boards. One of the things, of course, which is talked about, one of the many bills, as Councillor Nashaba Khan referred to earlier on, is English devolution. And it's very, very clear this government's going to be getting on with that. So we will be getting on with that. We'll be working closely. We're talking to KCC and our district and borough colleagues. In my view, devolution is not about a mayor. It's about making sure that our community gets the best improvements, the right level of resources, and our place at the table. And I'll be fighting for that strongly as we move forward. Mayor Nesteroff, before we meet again as a council, we will have a number of inspections happening here in Medway. Youth Justice, the CQC, and the social housing inspections. Two of those for the first time. And I want to pay tribute to all those staff who are working incredibly hard right now and continue to as we go through that. We welcome inspections. That external view on what we're doing is important. So I thank those staff, I thank those partners as well, because they're important to a number of those inspections. And we'll be open and transparent, of course, when those outcomes become available. Mayor Nesteroff, 21 years is a long time to wait for a new local plan, but this administration is getting on with it. And it was great to be with major developers earlier today who were very, very complimentary about our hard-working staff and also this administration getting business done in Medway. And I want to thank those residents who have already made a contribution to the local plan. We've had our first two sessions at Medway Park in Gillingham, at the Pentagon Centre in Chatham. We've got further sessions in Halling, in Hoo, in Rochester, Rainham, Strood, Hempstead, All Hallows, and over at the Innovation Centre. There is great opportunity for you to come and see firsthand what the local plan looks like and have your say. This is a consultation for everybody. I want to hear all of the voices. I want to end the people who are frustrated by development by planning appeal. I want to end those who are frustrated about housing without infrastructure, despite the previous government taking £170 million away from our community. I want to end those in their late 20s and 30s and beyond who are having to live in their parents' house because they don't have another opportunity to make progress there. So this is a plan for everybody, and have your say. Mayor Nesterov, I'm proud to be Medway. People know that, people hear me say that probably on an hourly basis. And of course, there's been a little bit of time where we've perhaps not been able to talk about quite so much that we have done as an administration, working often with our partners over the last few months because of the pre-election period. So I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind colleagues and the wider public what's been going on. We've had Armed Forces Day, the D-Day commemorations, the Armed Forces flag. We talked about that earlier today. We also raised the Pride flag, and I'm proud of that. We raised a Windrush flag for the first time. And of course, despite our collective best efforts, we raised the St George's flag. And I thank the wonderful Gareth Southgate and his waistcoats for his service to our country. I wish him well in whatever he does next. We've got 8 green flags and very clear improvements, improved outcomes in Broom Hill and Great Lines. We had the Medway Mile with over 4,000 participants, young and old. We had the Sweeps Festival. We were the winners of the Rainbow Over Medway Award for being an LGBT ally. We were shortlisted in a number of multiple categories at the LGC Awards. We had the Mini Youth Games. We launched the National Lottery Heritage Place 10-year plan. We worked with Medway Diversity Forum and FSB Kent to support small businesses. We signed, and for 10 seconds, the Chief Executive was leader of the council technically, for a photo, the docking station memorandum of understanding between us, the Dockyard and University of Kent, one Medway approach. We hosted the 10th annual Armed Forces Covenant Conference at the Royal Engineers. We held our 7th child-friendly Medway City Hall. We held another Welcome to Medway event. We held our first ever Our Medway Live events, hearing directly from 900 staff. We agreed the One Medway Financial Improvement and Transformation Plan. We celebrated Foster Care Fortnight. We gave the freedom of the borough to our hospital. We opened Cossington Park Sports Centre. And today, we got final confirmation, and my colleague will tell you more of this, that the Healthy Living Centre in Chatham will be opened. That's what we're doing with this administration. That's why I'm proud to be Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your report. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Perfect.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. And firstly, on behalf of the Conservative Opposition, can I join the Leader of the Council in congratulating Councillor Edwards, Councillor Khan, and indeed Councillor Osborne on their elections as the new Members of Parliament for the 3 Medway constituencies. And join the Leader actually in thanking staff through you, Chief Executive, and the Assistant Director for their work in holding the election at short notice, particularly really positive here in Medway. I also want to join the Leader and pay tribute to our former Members of Parliament, the Right Honourable Kelly Tolhurst, Raymond Chishti and Dame Tracy Crouch for their phenomenal service, both to our community here in Medway, but also through government as well. And I want to thank them for their deeply personal support of the group over recent years and their commitment to providing actually support even outside of Parliament. I also want to quickly take this opportunity, Mr Mayor, to congratulate Craig McKinley on His Majesty signifying his intention of conferring him a peerage of the United Kingdom for life. As members of the Council will be aware, he's a former member of our group and nothing short of an inspiration, and I know how much he is still part of our Medway Conservative family. I caught up with him a few weeks ago, and I really want to thank him for his personal support, and I know he will champion Medway from the House of Lords. There's no doubt, Mr Mayor, it was a tough election for our party, and yes, humbling. But there is a brighter future for the Conservatives, and as the Leader referenced, I spent most of the day actually in Westminster with our Conservative colleagues and the Shadow Secretary of State, Kemi Badnoch, talking about that future. And I was pleased actually that both the Leader of the Council and I were in the Councillors' Forum earlier on today representing Medway to ensure that we're fighting for Medway getting a good deal, and I note that the Deputy Prime Minister attended that as well with party colleagues from across the country of all parties. Earlier this evening, though, Mr Mayor, we did see the importance of opposition highlighted through our motion about holding the executive to account. And holding the executive to account are what my team are focused on every day. We've got a brilliant shadow cabinet team and wider members of our group working really hard through scrutiny, whether it be interrogating and holding the administration to account on the finances with Councillor Hackwell, Councillor Tijan in ensuring that the administration are held to the fire on held their feet to the fire in terms of the delivery around Medway 2.0, and of course Councillor Lawrence, who's doing a lot of great work and talking positively about the importance of securing a local plan to ensure that speculative development is reduced. My team will continue to hold the administration to account, Mr Mayor, and that is what we will be focused on every day, and I want to thank all members of the team, particularly for their work during the general election campaigns as well. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. I call upon Councillor Croza.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you, Leader, for your report. May I take this opportunity to welcome Councillor John Williams from Stroud Rural Independent Group. His move is testament to the growing numbers of local independents with predominantly rural voices. May I also offer my congratulations to Councillor Tristan Osborne MP, Councillor Nushaba Khan MP and Councillor Lauren Edwards MP for their elevation to the House of Commons. We wish them well and look forward to working closely with them. And from a Peninsula and Stroud perspective, especially Lauren as our local MP, and Nushaba, with whom we share responsibility for an ecologic, internationally protected asset, the North Kent Marshes. This is a pivotal part of the the East Coast of England, which is singled out as one of the 10 contenders for World Heritage status. I would also like publicly to thank our outgoing MP, Kelly Tolhurst, for the support that she has given the Peninsula over her time in office. Thank you, Leader, for your local plan report and for hosting a second 8-week consultation on Regulation 18, our local plan document, including the sustainability appraisal, which I believe was not available during the first Regulation 18 consultation. Mayor Nesterov, there is much to read and digest within the Regulation 18 evidence. It is, however, becoming clear that the Peninsula and parts of North Rainham are fragile environments and currently designated as such in the existing 2003 local plan. It is no place for the extensive development previously promoted by this council. I note the 3 options for growth put forward by officers and the recommended option to spread development across Medway. Had the Peninsula not already been partially developed under the premise that the HIF-funded infrastructure would follow, I would have looked at the recommendation option more favourably. I believe, however, that the Peninsula has already taken its share of Medway's target. I would therefore urge our 3 new MPs to lobby government to have our housing targets reduced to a number that sustains the local population with a more realistic projection for growth. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Councillor Croza. I now open the floor for debate. Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you, Vince, for your speech. I think it is important to celebrate the things that have happened in our first year of administration, and I'm going to do a little bit more of that myself. First of all, I turn to the fantastic news that at last we've got sign-off for the health centre in the Pentagon. That is going to be right in the heart of one of our most disadvantaged places in terms of health inequality. It's going to sit alongside our upcoming co-working space and really kickstart the plans that we've got for regeneration of the centre of Chatham. And I'm really pleased to announce that by consent of everyone concerned, the health centre will be called the James Williams Health Centre. And no one deserves that more than James and, of course, his family, who have been kept very fully informed and are really pleased that we're able to make that tribute to him from across the whole Medway Health family and indeed the National Health family. I wanted to talk a bit, Vince has referred to the inspections, about the CQC inspections, to register my thanks absolutely to staff who are working so hard to meet the demands of what is a new assurance framework. There have only been 9 other inspections under this regime, so it's quite a new way of looking at social care. And I think staff have been so positive about it. They have taken on the extra work without any fuss at all. They've produced some fantastic documentation. Senior staff have already been in front of the CQC. The last 2 months have been spent sending them documents and evidence, and they will be here on site very soon, meeting staff, meeting members of the council, meeting people who get the fantastic services that we manage to give in adult social care, even in spite of the terrible funding situation that the staff have endured for years. Earlier in the chamber today, Councillor Lawrence, you mentioned jobs, saying this administration has created 0 jobs. That's not true. It's factually incorrect. 80 new jobs will come with the right sizing of adult social care. There are 35 new jobs at Cossendon, many more than were at the old splashes, and we will continue to work with partners like BAE to bring forward new jobs and have a complete focus in new developments on local labour. We made that very clear to developers today. They welcome that. We'll be working with our partners of One Medway, the universities, the college, to make sure that we've got the skills here when we're doing new things that can be used. I want also to celebrate a little bit about public health.
Councillor. Thank you,
And
Councillor
I'll do that
Morris.
later on when it's the scrutiny report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank you, Leader, for your report of your first year of activity of getting things done, like the Healthy Living Centre, which has started under the Conservative group, also Cossington Sports Centre, which has started under the Conservatives group. So thank you for continuing our good work. I also need to add my thanks to and want to extend my best wishes to our three new MPs and thank the outgoing MPs for all the hard work they've been done. I wish our 3 new MPs every success in their new careers, and I sincerely hope they can fulfil some of their election pledges and help attract investment into Medway to make the place that we can all be proud of and recognise as a great place to live, work, learn and visit. Make sure they're in the right order. Which brings me on to the One Medway Council plan that we see published. It's good that we have a plan. I did have a few concerns when it was presented to Business ONS, and I still have those concerns deep down, that it's just not another glossy brochure like Medway 2035 that we've had in the past. I think that if we're truly going to make this plan work, it's got to have actions that drive what we're going to do. We can't just put pretty words in a brochure. We must refer back to it. I mean, if I criticised it in the business, I criticised that, you know, we had Medway as an attractive tourist destination and then we closed the Worcester Information Centre. Or we all work hard to enjoy our public open spaces and green spaces, and then we made a decision to introduce car parking charges in our country parks, which are not readily accessible by public transport. So I would really like you to going forward, it'd be great that decisions that are made, even difficult decisions, are referred back to that Medway plan to say, is this what we really want to achieve from those decisions? And that the Medway plan really drives the way forward for this council to go till 2028 and not make decisions that are in direct opposition to it. It's good to see that we've got the local plan, started consultation, and events are being held around the community. Of course, we'll be attending at least one of those and having my feedback. Obviously, this plan will not please everybody. There's difficult decisions to make, and whatever we come up with as a Medway Council, it won't please everybody. But I would like to stress that please could we take the feedback that the public are going to give. It's a long consultation process, it's an expensive consultation process. You know, we've had consultation processes in the past. Now, I won't mention which one I'm really referring to, where the public have said one thing and we've pressed ahead anyway. So please, can we listen to the public at those consultations? So that's really all I've got to say today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Govan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd also like to congratulate our 3 new MPs. It's pleasing to see that this council has got a good track record in its members ending up in Westminster, which I think is a fantastic thing, because at least, unlike a lot of people at Westminster, they would have had some experience of the grassroots. But I'd also like to say, having been a political activist now for over 50 years, and as Shakespeare had Brutus say, there's a tide in the affairs of men that ebbs and flows. And I've seen that tide ebb and flow many times. So my advice to you over there is savour this moment, enjoy it, but it's all downhill from now on. And also, you talked about a huge victory. Yes, that victory was a mile wide, but it was wafer thin. All 3 of you new MPs have a majority less than the reform vote. As I say, that tide will turn, so enjoy your moment, savour it. I'm happy for you to do that. But I'm looking forward to the tide turning. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Govan. We don't have any more time for any other members. We're going to go back to the leader.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nestroff. And thank you to everybody for your contributions, some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't. I want to pick up firstly on Councillor Perfect's comments around Craig McKinley. Craig and I were both elected to this council on the same day. We've taken different paths. We've both still got the same haircut, though. That's the same thing. And it was great to see him actually at Armed Forces Day. Those of us who were there, many of us saw him, and it was great to catch up with him personally. Obviously, like many people in his chamber, we've sent messages, but actually being able to speak to him and the family directly was great. So I wish him well in his future in the other places, I think they call it. I agree with Councillor Hackwell. I agree. And I agree on the fact that, and I've said this elsewhere, you will not be able to find anywhere in local government a local plan that somebody loves every page of. That is impossible. And when I've said that locally, people have said, well, what does that mean? So here's an example. Some of the developments on Capston that went through because we didn't have an up-to-date local plan and therefore were won on appeal, I wish some of those weren't there. I do. But they are, and they'll be part of this plan, and undoubtedly, when we get to the end of it, I will be supportive of that plan, because not having a local plan leaves us far, far more vulnerable to planning applications being decided by somebody in Bristol rather than elected members in a quasi-judicial capacity, for the avoidance of doubt, in this council area. Some good news. We have lots of good news. The Bus 200, the special summer bus we're trialling, which will be going to make sure people can get certainly to Riverside by bus. That's a great new thing. And of course, young people travelling for free as well with a paying adult. That's the differential this council makes, and one of the many bills we've seen talked about over the last couple of days, obviously, I think will lead to better bus services moving forward. So I'm really, really grateful for that. Of course, one of the reasons that we've had to struggle and make some difficult choices around things like parking at country parks, not a decision we took lightly, of course, is the 91% cut that we had in revenue support grants since 2010. I'm hopeful that as we move forward, that figure may change. Time will tell, but that's certainly what we inherited and what we still have as we speak today. Just for the avoidance of doubt as well, that list was just from the last full council. It wasn't the last year. It's stuff we've got through just a couple of months. So that's how much is going on here. I'm really proud of what's happening here across the piece. And I welcome particularly Councillor Crozier's comments around making sure there's lots of different opportunities for people to contribute to the local plan consultation process. I'm pleased we're out in All Hallows and in Who, as well as all the other places I mentioned earlier on. So I'm excited. I'm excited by the opportunity for change, to change our community for the better, to continue to work with residents rather than doing to residents, to have 3 brilliant Medway Labour MPs who will do a phenomenal job, who are friends of Medway Council, they're part of Medway Council, and they will be doing the very, very best for the communities they represent, but also, as we heard from Councillor Nashaba Khan MP, they will all have a wider vision for Medway as well. They'll work collaboratively and cooperatively, because that's what they've done for the last year and further beyond in all the roles they've held. So I wish them well. I look forward to reigniting our regular meetings with our MPs. That will be a good thing for Medway, because again, it's ultimately about getting the very best that we can for our community. And I stand ready to work with the national government, with our MPs, with other councils nearby. We can't underestimate the pace of change, and I suspect there may be a requirement potentially even for a special council meeting at some point, potentially, depending on the speed of change, because I'd want all people in this chamber to have a conversation about the future of our relationship with KCC, with other districts and boroughs, and other potential organisations as well, depending on the scope of what English devolution could mean for the 285,000 people we are all here to serve every single day. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. This concludes agenda item 9. Moving on to agenda item 10, members' questions. We now have 20 minutes to deal with the 16 questions listed on the agenda from members of this council. Any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead. Answers to questions must not exceed 3 minutes in length, please. Councillor Hamilton, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to begin by congratulating Councillor Patterson on his new role as the portfolio holder for community safety, highways and enforcement. Given the rollout of the new measures to enforce Saturday traffic restrictions on Rochester High Street, will he consider extending the restrictions to Sunday as well? Despite Sundays being just as busy along the high street for pedestrians, with as many people walking in the road, not having standardised restrictions across the weekend seems like an obvious omission, which the new Labour administration should address.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hamilton, and thank you for your congratulations. The Saturday traffic restriction on Rochester High Street has been in place for many years and continues to provide a safe environment for pedestrians using the High Street. Sundays on Rochester High Street have become increasingly vibrant, with visitors and residents enjoying the many shops and restaurants who choose to open and take advantage of the additional footfall. I agree that a consistent approach to traffic restrictions all weekend would be better for pedestrians, traders and motorists. Officers are currently assessing a proposal to extend the Saturday restriction to Sundays and public holidays, and a plan for seeking the views of residents, businesses and other key stakeholders is in preparation. We will, of course, ensure that my ward colleagues are part of this discussion, and should we proceed, we will establish an appropriate timeline for taking the proposal through the required statutory process.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Question B, Councillor Perfect, may I please have your question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under the last government, the then Conservative-led Medway Council secured a record £14.4 million worth of funding through the then Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities Levelling Up Fund. This will deliver, has delivered, the docking station, the restoration of the Brook Theatre and the fitted rigging house south, which has been delivered. Please can the Leader of the Council update us on how he intends to lobby and work with the new government to secure future capital funding for our towns and villages. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov, and thank you to Councillor Perfect for this well-timed question, bearing in mind where we both were earlier today. The Deputy Prime Minister, who now has statutory responsibility for local government, has done many things in just a few short days. Firstly, she's put local government back into the name of the government department. I think that's a good starting point. I always think it was one of Michael Gove's biggest mistakes, and he had many to choose from. She also made it clear that we're going to end a phrase that I've used in this chamber, the Hunger Games style approach to funding. Obviously, we are just a matter of days into this new government, so we will look very carefully as we move forward, particularly around the English devolution legislation which will come forward. I've been very, very clear. I don't want to see an elected mayor of Kent and Medway, but I do want additional resources, both capital and revenue, for this community, and I will work with whoever I need to try and secure that. The binary choice of you have these powers but with a mayor has gone. That was clear today as well. And so, yeah, I look forward to the exciting prospect of working with potentially councillors across Kent to secure additional funding for our community here in Medway. The final thing I would say is I certainly won't be abstaining when it comes to letters to the new government, when it comes to fighting for resources. There are certainly some capital examples of ways we could tackle the important issues of rough sleeping. I wouldn't abstain from a vote on that. I think others in this chamber may have done earlier tonight. Thank you, Mayor Nestor.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Question C, Councillor Hackwell. Please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Leader of the Council stated in this chamber that if he had more money, then he would fill more potholes. And indeed, along with Councillor Curry, wrote to Guy Opperman, then Minister for Roads for Local Transport, to request more funds. Despite having a highways budget of 13.6 million last year, this budget was underspent by nearly 2 million. Why wasn't this money spent repairing the dreadful state of the roads in Medway?
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hackwell. Highways is a frontline service that has had many years of underfunding. That underfunding and the rapid deterioration of the highway network is one of many unwelcome legacies of 14 years of national decline under Conservative governments. This is not a new problem, and the silence from members opposite on it when they were in charge of both national and local budgets was deafening. Residents will draw their own conclusions about why they are only now choosing to speak up about a problem me and my colleagues have been highlighting for many years. The underspend you refer to was in respect of the 2023-24 revenue budget. As you will be aware, the Council's financial position was forecast to be significantly overspent and led to the introduction of management action, including the cessation of all non-essential spend and reviewing spend on non-statutory services. The underspend of £1.9 million was a result of this process and was a combination of funding expenditure through earmarked reserves, charging eligible expenditure to the capital programme, savings on electricity for street lighting, and vacancy savings without any detriment to our statutory duties to maintain the highway and assets upon it. The total budget for highways expenditure 2023-24 was £19.3 million, which was made up from the £13.6 million revenue budget and the highways capital budget 2023-24 of £5.7 million, which included £565,000 of one-off pothole funding and £401,000 of additional funding from the Department for Transport, which was made possible through diverted HS2 funds. In line with the Highway Asset Management Strategy to adopt a whole asset approach to maintenance, a proportion of this money is also used to inspect and maintain our bridges and structures, drainage, crash barriers and street lighting. The cancellation of the HS2 project has enabled £8.3 billion of funding to be allocated to local councils to maintain their road network over the next 10 years. For Medway, the total indicative funding allocation 2023-24 to 2033-34 is £12,552,000. We received £401,000 last year and a further £401,000 for 2024-25. As yet, we do not know how the remaining indicative £11,750,000 will be paid.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. Question D, Councillor Tijan, please may I have your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In April 2019, Medway Council declared a climate emergency and committed to several goals: to reduce its carbon footprint, to provide the local community with a clean, green future, to make Medway a place where people want to work and live, ensuring a sustainable future. Under the last Conservative administration, the Council set out 11 priority areas and started to deliver on these priorities, including the installation of LED lighting across the borough and the planting of trees, to name a few. What specific actions has the portfolio holder taken since May 2023 to monitor CO2 emissions, including any specific monitoring methods of emission, energy uses, and progress towards Medway net zero carbon goal? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Nestrov, and thank you, Councillor Tijan, for your question. The delivery against the Climate Change Action Plan's 11 priority areas has actually continued since May 2023. This has been further supported by the creation of the two new groups which we've now set up, the Climate Change Working Party and the Climate Change Working Group, with members and community groups engaging in both those working parties. So what we're trying to do there is to actually spread the word amongst the community. We cannot deliver climate change alone. We have to involve the whole community, and that was the drive behind that. Specific actions taken to monitor carbon emissions and energy usage include calculating and publishing the Council's 2021-22 annual carbon emissions report, and this is available online. Collating council energy use and vehicle fleet data to be used in the calculation of carbon emissions for 2022-23 and 23-24. And finally, monitoring monthly and annual energy reduction and carbon emissions savings resulting from the LED street lighting programme.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Question E, Councillor Spring, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is to the portfolio holder for Community Safety, Highways and Enforcement, Councillor Patterson. You asked me once, said O'Brien, what was in room 101? I told you, you knew the answer already. Everyone knows it. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. This reminds me of your administration. It reminds me that your administration is suffocating the life out of the town centre of Rainham. You seem completely blind to the destruction that you and your administration has created. You cannot blame the past. You created the present mess and the mire that will no doubt flow from the future with your budget, and it is seriously flawed, as you were told. Increasing the parking charges by 85% and prohibiting the free parking Monday charges. It is these that my constituents and business owners have told me is a primary reason that footfall has seriously reduced in the town centre. You are destroying this once vibrant town centre. Please, can the portfolio holder update me on the engagement that he has had with the business community around parking charges, ensuring charges don't further cripple businesses in the 25-26 budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spring, for your question. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Spring. After years of feeling like I was ploughing a lonely furrow, casting pearls before swine, I'm delighted to hear a Conservative member join me in bringing a literary reference to the chamber. May I therefore, and perhaps this can be predicted, may I therefore respond with one of my own and with apologies to Mark Twain by stating that reports of the death of Rainham Town Centre have been greatly exaggerated. have compared the number of transactions made at council-owned car parks in Rainham during March and April 2024 with those made during the same 2 months of 2023. The data indicates the number of transactions over those 2 months was in fact higher this year. This suggests that our car parks remain popular with those visiting Rainham for work, shopping and leisure activities. If there has been, as Councillor Spring claims, a drop in footfall reported by some traders, then it would appear it is not for lack of potential customers using council-owned car parks. Members and officers met with businesses in Rainham in May to discuss and understand their views on parking and transport within the town. At this early stage of the financial year, there has been no discussion about parking charges for 2025-26. The potential impact of any future changes to parking charges will be given careful consideration, and as much information as possible will be provided to full council when decisions on the council's budget for next year will be made.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your answer. Question F. Councillor Warrens, please may I have your question?
Mr Mayor, my question is as per the order paper.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Murray, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lawrence, and thank you for your interest in this important service development, which relates to a detailed discussion item you participated in at the last Health and Wellbeing Board. There, we were able to hear from the ICB and professionals in this important area of work, giving members of the board an understanding of how the hubs were developed. As you know, women's health hubs are intended to be places where core services are delivered in a woman-centred way. There is no predefined model, and all areas are free to develop their own models of delivery. That could be hub and spoke, or virtual, or a one-stop shop. The project team for the ICB did receive a bid from one practice in Medway to deliver a women's health hub. The timeline for developing bids was short. We talked about this at the Health and Wellbeing Board, and the proposal from Medway needed further development. Dr. Lau, who submitted the proposal, is now working with the Public Health Programmes team, the clinical lead for gynaecology at Medway Foundation Trust, and other relevant partners to submit an amended proposal that will address multiple aspects of women's health. For the future, the team's confident that it will be able to develop a strong proposal that will offer a broad range of joined-up services, more than if the proposal had been accepted for the first phase. This additional time is an opportunity to design a system to deliver the services women want in a way that will be accessible to all. The team's working to develop strong pathways and collaborative working between general practice, public health, and the secondary care and community health services. They will look at existing services to see whether there are any opportunities to extend them, and the emphasis will be on prevention, screening, and ease of access where services are needed. The decision on the resubmitted proposal will lay with the ICB as they hold the funding for the women's health hubs. We support the proposal, and pending their approval and based on the commitment shown for Medway services at the Health and Wellbeing Board, I anticipate that the women's health hubs for Medway will be operational by the end of this year.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. This is going to be the last question that we take because we're going to run out of time. Any questions that don't receive an answer, we will receive an answer, a written response instead. Question G, Councillor Joy, please may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm quite glad that I've got in before the cut-off this time. My question is, ensuring our young people have timely access to education, health and care plans assessments is vital. Please can the portfolio holder update members of this council on progress around improving the assessment backlog? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Coombs, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Joy. Regarding the backlog on educational healthcare plan assessments, we're working hard to reduce the assessment waiting time against some considerable challenges that are actually national issues, the main one being the national shortage of educational psychologists. In a report by the Department for Education last June, it was stated that 88% of principal educational psychologists in local authorities were experiencing difficulty in recruiting EPs. and that this was related to an overall shortage of EPs being trained. To this end, myself and Councillor Price are writing to David Johnson MP, the new Labour Minister for Children, Families and Wellbeing, regarding the woefully low number of educational psychology training places which the previous government funded, which last year amounted to just 204 for the whole of England. The reduction of the backlog has had a high priority. We have a dedicated assessment team focused only on completing the assessment process. We've put sustained further efforts into the recruitment of educational psychologists and have already secured 2 assistant EPs and 1 senior educational psychologist, and have an ongoing advert. We also have a framework of private educational psychologists who we are using as much as possible. For this financial year, we're also accepting and reimbursing private educational psychology reports commissioned by families where they have the required information. And we're making sure that parents are aware of the information that the reports are required to have for us to be able to accept them for their child's assessment. We're also allowing schools to use their traded EP time to carry out statutory assessments for which they are reimbursed. These measures are starting to have an impact on the number of educational psychology assessments that are carried out each month. As a comparison, in May 2023, 27 assessments were carried out, compared with 49 carried out in May of this year. We'll continue to work on reducing the backlog, and we recognise that it means that some young people could be waiting a considerable time before they can access the support they need. To mitigate for this, we have reintroduced non-EHCP top-up funding. This will enable schools to apply for financial support to meet a child's need without an EHCP or whilst they're waiting for an EHCP assessment to be carried out.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs, for your answer. Like I said, any members' questions that are not answered today will receive a written response instead. Moving on to agenda item 11, care experience as a protected characteristic. Members, before I ask Councillor Price to make a proposal, we will play a short video highlighting the work of the Medway Children and Young People Council in bringing forward the issue of making care experience a protected characteristic.
Has worked with Medway Council to ask the care experience people of Medway whether they thought that care experience should be a protected characteristic and the reasons that they felt this way.
This animation explains why care experience should become a protected characteristic. Under the Equality Act 2010, protected characteristics are specific attributes that legally protect people from discrimination. Currently, there are 9 protected characteristics. The aim of protecting these characteristics is so that educational organisations, employers, or support services cannot discriminate against people for having those traits and must make reasonable adjustments to allow those people to thrive, regardless of their unique needs. So, what is care experience? Care experience refers to individuals who have been in the care system, including foster care, residential care, or other forms of care. Young people have consistently raised that these experiences can profoundly impact their lives, often affecting education, employment, and personal development. Why should care experience be a protected characteristic? Like the existing protected characteristics, care experience is a trait that people cannot help having and yet causes them to be treated unfairly across many settings. Here are 3 reasons why care experienced individuals deserve to be protected. 1. Care experienced people face unfair disadvantages.
Being in care makes us different and stand out. This can lead to poor educational experiences, mental health issues, and difficulty accessing employment.
2. Care experienced people face daily discrimination and stigma.
It's hard enough growing up away from family, but then it's made worse when you're also worried that others are judging you and that this might impact your future.
3. Care-experienced individuals can face barriers at every stage of life.
I used to hide that I was in care, but recently when I shared my status at college, it helped me get more support. But I'm now worried about employers using it against me. My hope is by becoming protected, people who grow up in care will be better supported when it comes to school, finding good jobs, and feeling happier and healthier.
Making care experience a protected characteristic would address the significant disadvantages, discrimination, and barriers faced. It would promote fairness, tackle stigma and stereotypes, and reduce the barriers faced, and fulfill moral and legal responsibilities to the vulnerable members of our society. So far, numerous councils across the UK are backing this movement to make care experience a protected characteristic. Please show your support too. Thank you for listening and doing your part to meaningfully support care-experienced young people. To learn more and support the campaign, visit ylf.org.uk/MCYPC/protected-characteristics.
Councillor Price, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I don't know about anybody else, but I found that that was an excellent video produced by our care experienced young people with the help of the Young Lives Foundation. Really, really very good. Well done. Mr. Mayor, I'm pleased to move this report, and I have welcomed that video. We're asked to note the supportive comments made by, first of all, the Children and Young People Overview and Scrutiny Committee, secondly, the Health and Adults Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and also the decisions of Cabinet as set out in sections 8, 9 and 10 of the report. The Council is asked to agree to adopt care experience as a protected characteristic. And just to enlarge on some of the reasons we've heard in the video very, very powerfully, it does accord with Medway Council's strategy. It also fits in with the proposals to enhance our commitment to our corporate parenting functions, especially to help those children and young people gain access to and make the best use of services provided by the local authority and its relevant partners, the One Medway approach. To promote high aspirations and seek to secure the best outcomes for those children and young people. After all, these are our corporate children, and as parents, when we have children, we do that little bit extra to help our children get on in life, so we should be doing that as the 59 councillors with a number of care-experienced individuals, young people that we have under our care. To prepare those children and young people for adulthood and independent living. And it's also going to strengthen the Council's commitment to its corporate parenting functions, in particular to help children and young people gain access to and make the best use of services provided by the local authority and its relevant partners, to promote high aspirations and seek to secure those high outcomes for those children and young people, and to prepare those children and young people for adulthood and independent living, and to strengthen Medway Council's commitment to deliver the Medway Pledge, which is a list of commitments developed by children in care and care leavers. Also, just to mention Ofsted, when they found that children mattered in Medway, they also alluded to the improvement which had been made since 2019 in our corporate parenting function. This was when they came to do their inspection last July of last year. They found that service for care leavers has significantly improved since the previous inspection in 2019. PAs are strong advocates for their young people. They know their young people well and are committed, caring and dedicated to help to improve their lives. As part of the practical help and advice to young people, we have the Care Leavers Hub, which is a warm and welcoming environment. Ofsted found that it's a safe space where young people can meet, socialise and attend groups and access support from their PAs who are also based there. And Ofsted recognised the progress of the Corporate Parenting Board in ensuring its collective responsibility providing the best care and safeguards for children who are looked after. Just also to mention that, as we've seen through the video, Medway's care experience young people have, like described, being in care experience as, in one case, a double stigma, somebody who was like disabled and also needing to cope with the fact that he was looked after. Finding it something to keep quiet about, an added pressure, an unwanted label and a barrier. Now, it's widely reported that care experienced young people have poorer outcomes than their peers, and they continue to face discrimination across housing, education, relationships, employment, and the criminal justice system. Medway Council will be demonstrating a commitment to address these inequalities faced by this marginalised group, thereby helping to reduce discrimination. So I'm pleased to move this report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Is that supported? Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
To reserve the right to speak later, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to debate. Any member? Councillor Joy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unsurprisingly, I will be supporting this motion. Our care experienced people, when you look at it on the surface, people may ask, why do they need extra protection? We have a lot of protections under the Equalities Act, but a lot of them protections doesn't cover all of our care leavers. You can't decide on people on their gender, on their race, on their religion. But with our care leavers, they're judged from the day they go into care and beyond that. And normally they go into care at a young age, so it's something that grows over a period of time. And it stays with them. And the stigma that goes with it stays with them. There's members in this chamber tonight that know what that stigma feels like because they've lived with it. With regards to whether this has got any teeth, I don't believe it's toothless because we need to be putting up our children first and not waiting for somebody else to make that decision, not waiting for whether it's the Labour government or a Conservative government or any government. We should be going out there and shouting. We started a journey in 2019 to improve how our children looked after children and children in care and children in need are dealt with in Medway. And an improvement journey should never stop. It should always continue. It should move forward. And this is one way of moving it forward. And we need to be at the forefront of our area. I know other councils across the country, in the north, in the Midlands, have adopted this, but it still seems to be lacking in the south east, and especially in Kent. The unconscious bias that these children and adults, because they go into adulthood, experience is not fair. And as a collective, we should be getting behind this and pushing for this, and then hopefully government will listen to us and a load more councils after us and the councils that have been before us, and we'll put this as part of the Equalities Act in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor Nestroff, and it's a pleasure to follow both Councillor Price and Councillor Joy, and I look forward to hearing Councillor Howcroft-Scott in her seconding speech later. This is critically important for a couple of reasons. Firstly, children matter in Medway. That's not, and if that's a sentence Ofsted uses, we need to live by that. And by passing this tonight, which I'm hopeful will be passed on a unanimous basis, as the previous debate we had here was, I think that sends a clear message. Secondly, it's about saying to the rest of the community, and although we're a council, we're a leader of place. You know, people heard me talk about one Medway, and part of what that is about trying to influence those who perhaps haven't got necessarily a statutory responsibility, but we want them to do the right thing. We've done that before. If you look at some of the progress we made on single-use plastic, for example, nobody had to do that, but the council led the way, and actually many followed us, and then the law changed, and that's the bit which hopefully we'll get to eventually. So I had a real privilege to, this is the third time I've seen this video. We had it at Cabinet and we had it at the corporate parenting meeting. I was really pleased to be at to hear the voice of young people directly and to hear that, you know, around 90 other councils have now got this in place. So we want to be joining that list tonight. I hope we see positive change. I hope this eventually becomes the law, but until that point, we're doing all that we can, sending a very clear message to those young people affected by this, and those not so young people affected by this as well, those who have gone through the care system and now in society. And I think that's important to say as well, because actually one of the points, and it's within the report, using that terrible local government phrase of intersectionality, where you've got a double stigma, more than one protected characteristic, the system, society, can feel against you all of the time. So anything we can do to support those children, those boys and girls who, in some cases, this council have taken really difficult, really difficult decisions about, we need to support them as they go through their life. And this motion tonight, this decision, as part of that louder national message, I think does that. So I'm very, very pleased to be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think actually a lot of what I was going to say actually is reflected on by what the Leader of the Council, Portfolio Holder, and Councillor Joy, our spokesperson, said. And I think I'm really pleased too that we're bringing this forward. And particularly thanks to the Medway Children's Young People's Council for the work that they do, both through the Corporate Parenting Board, but also holding the Council to account for what we do for our children in care, but particularly through this, obviously enshrining that protected characteristic as well. I think, you know, the stigma and discrimination, as colleagues across the chamber have reflected on, is very real, and I think it's really positive that we're leading the way here in Medway in terms of bringing this forward. I just also wanted to thank and add my thanks to the corporate parenting team who do a brilliant job every day delivering for our children in care really across the council. So really pleased that the opposition are able to support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Gurung.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. And I'm in full support of this motion as well. Actually, as a safeguarding lead who works with vulnerable children, including looked after children, I can't be happier to support this motion. And as corporate parents, we have high aspirations for our looked after children, and we're committed to work together to help our children in care achieve their highest potential. But society sometimes do not take into account their difficult and often traumatic journey into care or their individual resilience and needs, and as such, in the absence or scarcity of trauma-informed understanding and empathy, society can sadly focus in an unjustified manner on outward behavioral management issues only. With such incomplete outlook, care-experienced young people sadly are more likely than general population to face significant barriers and challenges, discrimination, inconsistent support, and stigma across different services, including housing, health, education and employment. If only society recognized that our care experienced children are some of the most resilient, remarkable children with equal potential, skills and abilities, what they do need is additional support or understanding and encouragement, as well as removal of the barriers, discrimination, stigma, so that we open up opportunities for them to achieve just as positive outcomes as their peers. As corporate parents, our responsibility should not end at the point of young person turning 18, but should extend further. We have a collective responsibility to act as mentors and champions for our children and challenge prejudice, discrimination, and negative attitudes so that we change the narrative and create greater public consciousness on these important issues. We wouldn't want our care-experienced young people being refused employment or progression in education or face unfair decisions about their abilities due to people's discriminatory perception. Making care experience a protected characteristic would provide greater authority to employers, businesses, public services, and policymakers to put in place programs that promote equality, better life chances, and greater outcomes for care-experienced people. It will make Medway Council a leading local authority in the South East to recognise care-experienced people in this way. As a council, we are abiding by our duty to address the needs of disadvantaged people at the heart of our decision-making through collaboration. This shows that we are proactively seeking out and listening to the voices of our care-experienced people when developing new policies. Therefore, I would fully support this motion and thank Medway Council Children's Services leaders, Corporate Parenting Board, Young Lives Foundation, as well as Medway Children and Young People's Council and Children and Young People's Overview and Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you very much. Any other member? Councillor Crozer.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Excellent video, very well presented, and a very simple message, and we're very happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Spring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are Child-Friendly Medway, a fantastic initiative created by the Conservative administration that sought to better serve young children and families of Medway. This has been very well received, and I'm actually really pleased to see it's continued by the leader of the council, Councillor Maple, and the Conservative group leader, Councillor Perfect. I and we, as elected councillors, therefore all appreciate the importance of the children of Medway. Look around this hall tonight. The leader of the Conservative group, the leader of the Labour group, the chief executive of the council, all born and raised in Medway, all leading and inspirational figures. That's wonderful, but everyone should have this opportunity, and there is a group of people who, as this report identifies, face barriers and discrimination. These people live with preconceptions that stifle their lives and they need to break free. It is a sad reality that 70% of the people who are in care have a shorter life expectancy, and within our youth justice system, over half of those aged 21 and under have been in care. And just those 2 points indicate that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And I believe that all people should be treated fairly and equally. And by supporting this report and adopting care experiences as a protected characteristic, we as a council are making steps in the right direction and joining the 90+ councils across the UK who have already done this and to achieve greater equality. Adopting this report, we will seek to break down those thoughts aired by those in care, and with our partners strive to achieve greater equality. This report goes some way to halt that negative supposition that are made about people who have been in or are currently in care. It pains me to see those negative perceptions that have evidenced in the ways of those who have been in care experienced and discussed within our workplace and media. That negativity is like a cancer that spreads, and it denies those people being refused employment, failing to succeed in education, or facing unfair judgments about their own abilities. As corporate parents, we have a responsibility to nurture and support the gifts and talents of those young people in the care. We and no one have the right to deny anyone an opportunity. I'm very passionate about live music, and both my children are incredibly talented musicians. Both love the Beatles. Where am I going with this, you may wonder? Well, one of the most famous musicians in the world was John Lennon. His early life, if you may be aware, was filled with uncertainty. He never knew his father. His parents divorced at a young age. He was expelled from nursery school due to behavioural issues. He was then put into care. Thankfully, his aunt fostered him. But his life was hard. It was very hard, but music saved him. He was afforded opportunities, and that is what this report does. It helps afford better opportunities. Therefore, as stated in the Children and Young Person Overview Scrutiny, I support the care experience as a protected characteristic, and I thank the officers for this report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spring. Councillor Jackson.
Is it off? Yep. I fully support this. Growing up with both of my parents, both care experienced, I've seen the lifelong effect that the stigma and discrimination can have on people, and it also that stigma can also go down a generation. So I fully support this in protecting our care experience, children and young people. But I also feel that equally as important, this empowers our young people to speak out, to tell their stories without any stigma, without any discrimination. And with that, we can learn through lived experience, and us as a council can go to them, and when we're doing our policies and doing our good practice, we have proper lived experience. And we all talk about protecting these children, but it's and letting them reach their full potential. But let's listen to them and empower them rather than just protecting them. And for anybody out there who's in any doubt that these children and young people are still not stigmatised against, only last week I was talking to a landlord as a subcommittee for corporate parenting, and he told me that he would never, ever rent to a care leaver. We've got a long way to go. We need to listen to our children, empower our children, protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any other member? No one else has indicated that they want to speak. We are going to go back to Councillor Howcroft-Scott, the supporter of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted to second this motion and pleased that it is unanimously supported across this chamber. To declare care experienced people as a press group who face lifelong discrimination and giving them protected status, lived experience of care, I never ever felt safe. I felt the pain of loss, the lack of my family, the lack of friends. I experienced numerous placements. I struggled with isolation. I felt miserable all the time. I was unable to do what other normal, ordinary children were doing of my own age. I was alone. I would cry to myself. I never could express my feelings to anyone. I was so afraid of being judged. My contemporaries and foster children today, including in Medway, have issues of housing, jobs, education and other opportunities in life. This move will mean a set of objectives will be written into Medway's policy to consider special consideration to be given in circumstances of our care experienced children. Changes include meaningful monitoring, getting problems solved, getting services, employment and greater involvement of engaging. For everyone in this chamber who agrees in fairness, equality of opportunity, they should give care experience a fair cracking life, then this is an open and shut case. Disadvantaged children and young people and many of my contemporaries are in prison, on the streets or even dead. At the moment, after 14 years of Toryism, we have outdated and tremendously underfunded systems, and we struggle to get a way forward. This will help. Please do not cast our children and young people aside. We face discrimination throughout whole entire lives. We are prejudged, we are denied opportunities, and that's just because we've been in care, and that is nothing to do with us. If we really want to enable a fairer and systematic and impact change, we must push for things that we believe in to create a more productive society. I want to be bold. I want us all to be bold. We need to create a level playing field and for all of our children in care to stop discrimination. There is no room in our society for this. Thank you, Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. We are now going back to the proposer, Councillor Price.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you, members. I was just listening to it, to what members were saying, and I was thinking of one of those tributes that we gave to our dearly departed James Williams when the public health team created like a bubble of all the various words which came out about him. And I was thinking of the bubble about making care experience a protected and that characteristic. And certain themes were actually coming through there about negative ones, stigma, discrimination, but also positive ones in terms of hope and like discriminating in favour, you know, to be able to right those wrongs. I was also noting down points made that having gone into care, it has been nothing to do with us as individuals, those who have, you know, sadly had to go through that. Listening, that's going to be very important. And Councillor Spring mentioning about John Lennon, imagine a future Medway where care experience aren't discriminated against. Isn't that amazing? And we're taking a step forward to that. Thank you, members, for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Is that agreed? The item has been agreed. We're moving now to agenda item 12, Community Safety Partnership Plan 2024-2027. Councillor Patterson, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. I'm pleased to introduce Medway Community Safety Partnerships Community Safety Plan for 2024 to 2027, the first under this administration. It's a third bite of the cherry on this for me, having chaired scrutiny of the plan at June's Regen ONS and then introduced it at Cabinet last Tuesday. But I think it's very important to pay tribute to my predecessor and the outgoing chair of the Community Safety Partnership, Councillor Osborne, for all the work that he has put into pulling this plan together alongside our partners. And it's not been without criticism, some of which I think perhaps unfounded, indeed within a few days almost of achieving his status as spokes. A member of the opposition was calling for Councillor Osborne's resignation. Well, I'm delighted that we've had Councillor Osborne's resignation and the circumstances in which we've had it, and I'm pleased to take on and hope to fill the shoes that he has left. The plan focuses on four main priorities: violence against women and girls. This priority aims to tackle and reduce incidents of violence and provide better support for victims. Tackling antisocial behaviour, aiming to reduce nuisance and disorderly behaviour that affects the quality of life in our communities. Tackling drugs and alcohol misuse. The strategy includes efforts to combat substance abuse, which often contributes to various social issues and crimes. Reducing reoffending. By addressing the root causes of criminal behaviour, we seek to lower the rate of reoffending and promote rehabilitation. The plan supports the Community Safety Partnership's vision to work as partners with communities across Medway. It sets out the priorities that we have identified as partner agencies, together with those that residents have told us most affect their quality of life. Over the last 12 months, a great deal has been achieved, with some innovative developments to the way we work together, enhancing our ability to deliver improved services to the public. As a team comprising statutory partners, including Medway Council, Kent Police, Kent Fire and Rescue Service, the Integrated Care Board and the Probation Service, alongside Public Health, the voluntary and private sector, we have developed and implemented a number of partnership initiatives utilising funding provided from Kent's Police and Crime Commissioner, as well as achieving some excellent results in tackling crime and antisocial behaviour, as detailed within our Progress So Far report. Much of that success is down to the collaboration of partners working together to instigate pioneering and effective solutions to priorities raised by the public and working within communities across Medway. This desire to improve how we do business has helped us to meet some of our targets and to improve our performance in others. Some questions were raised at Scrutiny Committee over the brevity of the document and the focus on just 4 priority areas. Far from being a weakness, I see this laser focus as a strength. A community safety plan longer than War and Peace risks including everything and changing nothing. Our 4 focus areas are not lacking in ambition. There's scarcely a man, woman or child in Medway whose lives are not touched by antisocial behaviour, by violence against women and girls or drug and alcohol abuse, while tackling reoffending cuts across all crime and can play an important part in reversing the problem of a prison system which is right now at breaking point. Our commitment is to deliver the best service possible to the people of Medway. This partnership plan is the result of detailed assessment and listening to the public across Medway to identify our priorities for each of the statutory partners within Medway's CSP to deliver over the next 3 years. The plan will be reviewed on an annual basis, and we will consult with the public of Medway to ask how we are doing and to find out what they would like us to do on their behalf. Alongside our CSP partners, our aim is to ensure Medway remains one of the best places to live, work, learn and visit in the South East, now and in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your proposal. Is that supported? Councillor Field, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I would like to reserve the right to speak later.
Okay, so I open the floor to debate. Councillor Govin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm pleased to say that I will not be abstaining on the community safety plan. In fact, it would be extremely difficult for me to abstain on it, because when I read it, I realised that over 50% of it was exactly the same as the document I presented to this council 4 years ago. So I couldn't have been doing things too badly. Whilst I welcome the inclusion of the section on dealing with violence against women and girls, in practice that was already well covered in previous times by the excellent work of the Medway Task Force. In fact, they were so successful they managed to lever in tens of thousands of pounds of extra resources, which was used to make under the Safer Streets funds, which was great benefit for here in Medway. But I do have concern that this document has shrunk from 8 to 5 pages. And there's quite a few really important things that are no longer in the document. There's no mention of child sexual exploitation. There's no mention of modern slavery and human trafficking. There's no mention of cuckooing, reducing vulnerability, and the work of contextual safeguarding, along with mental health. All of these factors have a considerable effect on how we're going to try and keep Medway safe. There's one bit that I really couldn't understand that was kept in, and that's the last paragraph that refers to the crime data integrity inspection. That happened in 2019. That's ancient history. The only thing I think that it was kept in there for is that some members did have extreme difficulty getting in their heads that the methodology for recording crime had changed dramatically in 2019. But I honestly suggest that last paragraph is taken out because it is no longer relevant to what the CSP is doing now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Govan. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. And I don't think Councillor Galvin needs to worry about the things that are not explicitly written in the plan, because sitting under all of the things that are in the plan are the things that he's talking about. The idea is to have a relatable document that can be in wide circulation and people understand very well that their priorities are being taken notice of. And I will say to you, Councillor Galvin, I remember when, and maybe it was 4 years ago, when perhaps not as much progress as you would have liked has been made with some of the things that are still in here, you denied that violence against women and girls was an issue and said fly tipping was more important based on a survey.
Point of personal explanation
yes,
from
what
Councillor
I
Galvin.
was saying at that time was not that it was an important issue. What I was saying was that the public consultation that we had did not flag it as an important issue. But the police and other partners, and particularly our public health people, did consider it to be an issue, and we took it seriously. But the point I was trying to make at that time was it was not the public's perception, because it came way, way down the list, something like 13th or 14th in the list. And yes, we should listen to our residents, but there are times when other things have to override that. So as far as I was concerned, that was an important issue, and that's why we dealt with it. So I do not want to be accused, as Mrs Murray has, of not taking that issue seriously. Quite to the contrary, I was proud to see the Medway Task Force doing a huge amount of work in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin.
It's Councillor Murray to you, Councillor Galvin. And I'm afraid, by implication, you've tended to demonstrate what I said. Luckily, at the time, we were out on the streets talking to women, an initiative led by Councillor Van Dyke, giving people personal alarms, hearing what they've said, so that the voices of women and girls are very clearly in this plan. The other point I wanted to make is that the brevity of this plan is able to be published in this form because we have been very careful to link this plan to all of the other things we're doing, for example, to the health and well-being strategy, because in the consultation for the community safety plan, we heard from people that their well-being and their mental health was very impacted by crime and disorder, and particularly antisocial behaviour. Today, I was at our Combating Drugs and Alcohol Partnership for 2 hours, and there we spoke about all of the things that we can do to help those people with addictions who are causing nuisance and harm and damage to themselves. So this is how we see One Medway, linking the things across the council, making sense of all of the plans and the way they work together, not putting things in silos. And I suggest to you, Councillor Galvin, that in 3 years' time, we'll see much faster progress because we're doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Lamas.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And can I start by paying tribute to our 3 new Medway MPs, Councillor Lauren Edwards, Nashaba Khan and Tristan Osborne. I'm sure that all 3 will be outstanding MPs across the Medway towns. And I've always held the belief that the best candidates for general elections are those with demonstrable local links. I also welcome Alex Patterson, Councillor Patterson, to his portfolio. My point I'd like to make is about violence against women and girls. In my very first speech as a councillor, as a collective, we passed a motion about the practice of so-called virginity testing and hymenoplasty. This is an abhorrent practice which is still going on, where some people in communities decide that they have to check if a woman is virgin enough before marriage, often arranged marriage in duress. This council was one of the few councils that passed that motion, which helped gain momentum, and through the work of MPs that I worked with at the time, we managed to change the law nationally through the Health and Care Act. My question is that in the discharge of your duties, can you please make sure, as a very diverse community, I'm pretty certain that there are some women in Medway that are still forced to undergo this abhorrent act. Could you look into that if you can in your portfolio? And I would just say again that I wish all the new councillors and all the new members of Parliament the best of luck. Whatever the differences of our political beliefs may be, they pale into insignificance when you compare our collective endeavour of public service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wamas. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor Nestroff. I just wanted to reassure Councillor Galvin. I think it's quite right that a lot of activity falls beneath this plan, which isn't necessarily written down there. And I would make a plea for building on and continuing of that joint working, both across the council and with outside agencies. Councillor Galvin mentioned contextual safeguarding. Well, I'm confident that the community safety partnership and officers will be working with the youth service, the youth offending team, and across the council. Also, many of the agencies I mentioned earlier in terms of the homelessness discussion, dealing with tackling mental health issues, as Councillor Murray said, drug issues, and all these things need to be worked on together with our partners, outside agencies, the police obviously, and across directorates. And as the hour is late, Mayor Nestroff, I'm going to finish my remarks there, but I hope that they will be logged by democratic services, and the importance of partnership working and working across directorates will be enacted by the Chief Executive and our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mayor. When this report came to committee, I think we commented, I certainly commented, I thought it was pretty low quality. There was no data, there was no evidence of what had happened in under the previous report. It was almost like someone had produced, community safety partnership for dummies. Now, I understand that Councillor Osborne worked really hard on that, so maybe that's why it came out like it did. I also noticed that Councillor Patterson's face is on the covering report now. You've been deleted, Councillor Osborne. But I think what's important here is people need to know what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what's been the impact of what we've done so far. There was nothing presented at the committee that allowed us to judge whether what we had done in the previous annual report had actually had a real impact on the lives of people in Medway. I think it's really important that we be very evidence-focused and data-focused, so that actually what works we continue with, and what hasn't worked we drop and try something different. I think there's a real problem that actually most of the residents of Medway would not know what the Community Safety Partnership is or does. I know the amounts of money that it spends are quite small. It's a bit like the ICB, which is the other end of the scale. Most residents of Medway would not know what the ICB is or what the ICS does. So I think we look forward to receiving an update on this report, what's actually been achieved, what's worked and what hasn't. And hopefully next time this report comes to the committee and to this council, it'll be of a higher quality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Osborne.
Much, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank everyone for their very kind words across the chamber. It's a deep honour to represent Chatham and Aylesford. And I just want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Tracy Crouch, and others. And can I congratulate my colleagues on the front bench for their new roles and responsibilities. And I also want to pay tribute to all of the teams that have put together this report, Ruth DeLue, Ian Gilmore, and the crack team that we have in the council that is working day in, day out to make our community safer. And also the blue light services, which, though have been denuded by my opposition across the benches, serve our communities every single day. And statistics are provided on Kent Police websites, and they're working in our communities to challenge crime and antisocial behaviour. It is very important. I want to just salute some of my colleagues on this bench around the campaigns they've done on violence against women and girls. And just to reiterate really, in the period of a new era, according to the Leader of the Opposition, it's really good that we have passionate, strong female councillors who are standing up and speaking out, something which appears the other side have significant problems with. I just also want to point out that this has been put together in partnership with all of the teams across the council, working with public health, with housing and with other individuals who can offer strength from both within and outside of the council, including our third sector. And I just want to reiterate some of the positives that have happened in the last 6 months, which are also embedded in this project. The delivery of the PSPO, which has seen across all of our parks a reinforcement of Section 59s to challenge nuisance biking. We've seen increasing enforcement in our high streets, the increase of fly tipping fines, and also with road traffic offences and other types of parking enforcement as well. And I just have to challenge the opposition. You've asked for the data, and there's plenty of data underpinning this report, but actually some of the language coming from the opposition is inappropriate. Comparing our wall of shame to Chinese surveillance states is inappropriate, and you should withdraw that. Also, the issue around ANPR and enforcement on our roads, we have had opposition to this, but yet now we seem to have support. So I would say to the opposition, I want you to be credible in opposing us. I want you to come forward with ideas that we can work together with, and I'm looking forward to you working with the new portfolio. But calling for someone's resignation 1 hour after you get the job, before you've even given the chance for that person to deliver a plan, I think just takes the mickey. And I'm afraid you have used your position to politically attack me this evening, and I'm afraid that is inappropriate as well. So I'm really disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition continues to have you in your role, and I have to say I'm really glad that Alex is taking forward this plan and proposal, which actually puts Medway in a far stronger place, and I leave him with a positive track record, and I salute where we go forward with our great team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an interesting general election because I stayed completely neutral on that, and it's great to actually sit back and watch. And I remember Councillor Osborne tweeting, "Labour will secure our borders," and I thought to myself, that would be interesting to see, bearing in mind he struggles to keep a few motorcycles and people with caravans off the local recreation ground. Indeed, reports are coming back that we have caravans on Beechings Green again tonight. That said, to be fair, I know he's passionate about this. He did work hard with it. And having a plan is one thing, taking it forward's another, and making it work is completely different. And some members will know this week, on the early hours of Tuesday morning, my own car was vandalised. There is luckily a new CCTV camera at the end of the road, probably put in because someone had been going round and purloining all the parking permit signs. Why they'd want to keep doing that is beyond me, but that's in the matter of police, and we'll see where it goes. So we now have Labour-run council, a Labour government, and I will say this to the party opposite: I will give you time, the same way I have given the administration time. That is only fair. But the time for excuses is over. The time to say we can't do anything because we're in opposition has gone. The time we can't do anything because we don't have a government has gone. That said, I welcome Councillor Patterson to this role. I think it was an inspired choice from Councillor Maple, and I genuinely say that because Councillor Patterson and I disagree on a lot of things. You've seen it tonight. But the one thing I will give him credit for is the way he handles and runs the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I've seen him in action. And if he adopts the same process for that to this portfolio and to this plan, I'm sure it will succeed, it will work, and I wish him every success. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nestorov. Just a couple of points for myself. Firstly, I know he's just leaving the room, but I thought Councillor Lawrence was going to celebrate his first successful campaign, calling for Councillor Osborne to be out of his post. And it happened. It happened because the people of Chatham and Aylesford voted Tristan Osborne, Councillor Osborne MP, to be their representative in Parliament. And yes, I think Councillor Lammas's comments about 3 excellent local candidates is duly noted. We talk about One Medway a lot in this chamber and elsewhere. The CSP plan is a great example of that. Is a great example of those public sector organisations, the voluntary sector as well. We should never underestimate the role that they play in that, and through MVA making sure those voices are heard repeatedly. I had the pleasure of sitting on the CSP when in George's seat, Councillor Perfect's seat, and it was very good to see that work happening. And it shows to me that even in those challenging times when resources were very, very difficult for a number of those organisations, the people of Medway continued to get good service despite those challenges. This plan moves some of that forward, and again, absolutely right to highlight, for the avoidance of doubt, in the same way that other things will happen that wasn't in the King's speech, other things will happen when the plan continues to be delivered, not least because events happen. We know that. We know that will be the case, and rightfully, all of the organisations who form up that partnership will review, reflect and move forward. So I'm very, very happy to support this. I congratulate Councillor Osborne on his excellent term of office in the Cabinet, again alongside Councillor Khan and Councillor Edwards, and I think moving forward this plan will go from strength to strength.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Hamilton, you indicate you want to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's been a lot of discussion this evening by councillors who are men here about violence against women and girls, and it's very nice that you talk about us. Fantastic. But I'm really, really pleased that this is a priority focus in our Community Safety Partnership Plan moving forward. We are still in Medway. This is where the greatest volume of violence against women and girls occurs across Kent. We have an immense challenge here, and we should be speaking about this ourselves. I'm also very keen to see that moving forward, that we are focusing on not just helping women and girls, but that we are tackling the root causes of the issue, which is the misogyny that we are still experiencing across the whole of society, and that is pretty much endemic in everything that we see across social media today. So I hope that the focus on the plan moving forward and the deliverables align and tackle the root causes, as well as supporting those of us who are victims of violence against women and girls.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any other member? No one wishes to speak. We're going to go back to the supporter of the item, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I appreciate some people find it difficult to stay awake, so I'll try and be brief. I'm delighted to second the motion to pass the Community Safety Partnership Plan 2024 to 2027. Our Community Safety Partnership aims to deliver safer communities following the Crime and Disorder Act passed in the first year of the last Labour government. This partnership brings together Medway Council, Kent Police, Kent Fire and Rescue Services, the Probation Board and the Integrated Care Board, working together with civil society to understand Medway's priorities. Speaking with residents, it's great to report that 80% of residents feel safe during the day. However, it's worrying that this is less the case at night. In terms of priorities, the key issues reported by Medway residents were people using or dealing drugs, driving carelessly or too fast, dropping litter, fly tipping and being drunk or rowdy in public. At the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Committee on the 13th of June, of which I had the pleasure to be the current Vice Chair, chaired by the now portfolio holder, we had the chance to discuss its contents and strengthen it through overview and scrutiny. Discussion points included seeking further information on innovative measures in the plan, improving the level of detailed analysis, and how we can engage and involve the public further. We must thank our officers, partners and residents for helping to contribute to this important work, including the former portfolio holder, who along with all our new MPs will advocate for making our streets safer for all in Medway. As members, we all know our basic duties to ensure that all our residents feel safe and secure. With the implementation of this plan, I feel that we can continue to enhance the quality of life for all our residents. I also look forward to the promises made by this new government to rebuild community policing, improving policing standards, cracking down on antisocial behaviour, tackling retail crime and knife crime, and providing a stronger specialist response to violence against women and girls, as outlined in yesterday's King's Speech. I therefore move to second the motion, Mayor Nesteroff.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Back to the proposer, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff. Just picking up a few points that have been raised in the debate so far. Councillor Galvin has repeated a point that I thought had been dealt with quite substantially at the Regen Committee in June regarding the specific offences which he thinks have been omitted from this plan. And, you know, it's a long time since I studied the law, but anyone who has studied the law, I think, would understand that sometimes over-codification of things is unhelpful, and I would refer Councillor Galvin to 3.9 of the report and the final bullet point, which actually says over and above these 4 focus areas that the Community Safety Partnership is to tackle any other behaviour which has a negative effect on the local environment. I think that's a pretty useful catch-all term that will cover many of the issues which he has explicitly mentioned, and certainly nothing should be inferred by their specific omission or failure to be named. Councillor Lammas raises an important aspect of violence against women and girls, and obviously I welcome his concern about that. I do agree with Councillor Hamilton, though, that sometimes in raising these issues it merely serves to highlight the dearth of a female perspective on the Conservative benches, and I welcome Councillor Hamilton's contribution to the Regen Committee and to all the other women who help us put that perspective and stand up for those issues. Then on to Councillor Lawrence, who continues, I think, still to misunderstand the difference between an objective and a result, and misunderstanding the purpose of the plan, looking for a report on the plan when the plan is merely the starting point, not the end. He wasn't in post last year when we actually did scrutinise the report in depth in December as a committee. And that's a bit of research that I think he needs to do. And while I won't call on him to resign, it certainly might be worth the Leader of the Opposition having a look at a portfolio, a spokesperson who fails to do the research so comprehensively. But nonetheless, I'm sure my own days are numbered, and I think you can start the countdown clock to the point where Councillor Lawrence will no doubt be calling for my resignation as well. Finally, Councillor Spalding, thank you for your kind words about the chairing of the committee. I think that's a really important point, and I think it's one that Councillor Lawrence would do well to remember, that this is a committee which has worked collaboratively, cross-party, thus far, and I think, you know, if he's wanting to use it to make a name for himself rather than to stand up for the people of Medway, that would be really unfortunate. Very finally, I'd like to welcome my successor as chair of the committee, which will be Councillor Field, my former vice chair, who I know will do a fantastic job of holding me to account.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Is that agreed? The item has been agreed. Moving on to next agenda item 13, additions to the capital programme. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff. The proposals as laid out in the paper. These are two relatively straightforward additions. Obviously, the detail in 4.1 explains why there were specific issues which led to the increase required for the depot site in Rochester, and paragraph 5.1 talks specifically about the very small at this stage overspend. There will be, as the report mentions there, a future meeting of Cabinet will be looking at a further budget addition for those ongoing costs. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Van Dijk, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll just formally second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Any member? Councillor Hackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will be supporting this tonight. I think that the overspend for the depot has been well reported and the reason well known. So there's no reason to challenge that. I do think it's rather trivial to bring a £5,000 overspend on a 500 million budget. Perhaps that could have been dealt with by a vehement or something like that, rather than bring it to full council for approval. And perhaps in future we could look at doing something slightly different. There's such small amounts. However, just a word of caution. We have noticed that you've increased the capital budget by 15% since you've been in post, and we will be scrutinising further additions quite thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any other member. We go back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nestroff, and thank you to Councillor Hackwell for his helpful contribution. Myself, Councillor Perfect, Councillor Crozer and Councillor Murray have our regular catch-up tomorrow, the leaders catch-up tomorrow. I think one of the things we'll be looking at there is how council works, and I think the point you make is well made, and I think some consideration as to exactly what comes to the council chamber. This is a good point in question. We always want to be as transparent as possible, but there may well be different ways to do that, so I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? The item has been agreed. Moving on to next agenda item 14, Integrated Care Partnership Terms of Reference. Councillor Murray, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. Hopefully this is straightforward. The Integrated Care Partnership, in conjunction with us on the leadership team, have had a look at the terms of reference. They're 2 years old now, and we wanted them to make sense. A bit of consultation has happened about what people want the ICB to look like, mainly with people who are part of the wider partnership. And I do accept one of the points, only one, that Councillor Lawrence made this evening, which is that lots of people don't know what the ICP is. They don't care about governance, they care about delivery. And for me, as I often say at the ICP, it's all the NHS, it's our NHS, and this is the way that we look after the resources associated with it. So I hope this is straightforward and I hope members will accept it. I am adding an additional recommendation that is based on an experience we've had recently about the upcoming reprocurement of children and adults community services. So I'm asking that the Council recommends the ICP system leaders to give consideration as to how they strengthen the duty to consult and engage on service transformation and changes, including how to work with overview and scrutiny. There does seem to be a gap in the sort of perception of the NHS families' understanding of the fact that there's a statutory duty to come to scrutiny when there's service transformation or big changes. We've mentioned that many, many times. I would like to say that the message has landed, but perhaps not quite as hard as we would like it to. So given the opportunity, I'm adding that recommendation. I hope that colleagues in Kent will accept it, and I look forward to working under the new terms of reference in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Murray, for your proposal. Is that supported? Councillor Campbell, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I reserve the right to speak later, thank you.
Thank you. I now open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Wildy.
Thank you. First, I would like to strongly agree with that recommendation Councillor Murray once added. I believe that Medway and their residents deserve their fair share of health provision and have seen many services taken out of Medway and moved to Kent. We all know this has happened. For fairness, the ICP Joint Committee should be seen to be equal, and that is equal representation between Kent and Medway. Looking at the numbers, Kent KCC have 3 members, Medway Unitary 3 members, But then there's also the 4 Kent to Medway Health and Care Partnership. You've got Dartford, Gravesham and Swanley, East Kent, Medway and Swale and West Kent. All have a Kent councillor representative. Medway has already seen many services, as I've said, move from Medway to Kent, making access for these services more difficult for Medway residents. So at present, Kent have a total of 7 councillors on this partnership committee, while Medway has 3. Now, I know this cannot be changed in this report, but for the next time it's reviewed, I think the least that should happen is Medway and Swale Healthcare Partnership has a Medway and Swale member due to a unique position, 2 members or possibly one alternate taking a year each between them. MFT has the same catchment, Medway and Swale, and due to poor decisions, we both have a lack of GPs, stroke provision, dermatology, some vascular provision, mental health beds, etc. All have moved out of MFT. So we need a strong, even if not equal voice on this committee. This would still leave an unbalanced partnership board, but would go some way to improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wildy. Any other member? No one has indicated that they want to speak. I'm going to go back to the supporter, Councillor Campbell.
I just wanted to highlight that this document seeks to basically simplify, clarify, and make the terms of reference shorter, which I think at this time of night we will all sort of appreciate. So I just wanted to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Murray.
Thank you to everybody. I just want to emphasise to Councillor Wildy the 4 council members representing the health and care partnerships are from district councils. So actually, it doesn't mean that Kent Council has got more representatives than us. It's quite right to recognise that the district councils have got some skin in the game, and hitherto they haven't, and they've quite rightly spoken up about that a few times.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Is that agreed? The item has been agreed. Thank you. Moving on to next agenda item, 15, report on overview and scrutiny activity. We now have 20 minutes to receive and debate the report on overview and scrutiny activity. I will now call Councillor Tijan to move the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report updates the Council's on activities of the 4 committees since the last ordinary full Council meeting, and I will highlight some of the areas of discussion over the last 3 months. This is in addition to the regular attendance of Cabinet portfolio holders, our ONS meeting, to provide updates and answer committees' questions about their respective portfolios and consideration of the quarterly performance and budget monitoring reports by each ONS committee. Some of the reports considered by the Business Support ONS Committee, which I chair, were the Medway 2.0 Transformation Program and the Capital and Revenue Upturn and Annual Debt Write-Off Report. It also considered the annual review of the Council Petition Scheme. Reports presented to the Region Culture Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee included the pre-decision scrutiny of the Community Safety Partnership, which was just presented, the Community Safety Partnership Plan 2024 to 2027, and a petition report which advised the Committee of petitions received by the Council that fell within the remit of this committee. This included a summary of the responses sent to the petition organizers by officers.
Amongst reports received by Children and Young People ONS were the Medway Youth Council Conference Report 2024 and a report on the recognition of the Council of Care experience as a protected characteristic, which we saw tonight as well. The committee also considered the member item on early years preschool funding rates and the Medway SEND local area partnership improvement plan 2024 to 2025. Some of the reports considered by the Health and Other Social Care Committee also included the Director of Public Health 2022 to 2023, an update on the delivery of the integrated care strategy, and an update on the development of the new adult substance misuse treatment service. The committee also considered the care experience as a protected characteristic report, as also presented to the Children and Young People ONS. As always, Mr. Mayor, our overview and scrutiny committees have effectively scrutinized a range of issues, and I will remove the report as set out at agenda item 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that supported? Councillor Howcroft-Scott, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Mistake. Oh, excuse me.
Councillor, you are the supporter of the motion. Do you wish to speak now or do you reserve the right to speak later?
I'd reserve the right to speak later. Sorry, I couldn't hear myself.
Any member? Councillor Murray.
For another well-chaired meeting that we're pushing towards the end of. And thank you to everybody on overview and scrutiny. The scrutiny committees are in their first year of our administration, and I think they've all done a pretty good job, both in holding the Cabinet to account and coming forward with some really innovative ways to look at things. And I wanted particularly to pay tribute to the health team under the chair of Councillor MacDonald. He's not here tonight, he's poorly today, but I think he's done a really good job in working with the members, including all of the new members. And I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Luella Prenter, because she's the outgoing vice chairperson, and welcome as the new chairperson, Councillor Smither Campbell, who I'm sure will do a brilliant job as well. The HASC had a good look at public health, and we've seen that in the meeting, apart from the lovely tributes paid again to James Williams, and we'll continue to do that wherever it's appropriate to do. It's the right thing to do. His legacy is long-lasting. And looked at the annual public health report, The Power of the Crowd, and I just wanted to demonstrate to members what that power of the crowd means, because our public health teams have to work right across the community, in partnership with the voluntary sector, in partnership with the NHS, and their achievements are considerable. So in 23-24, we've supported 22,000 people to get more physically active. We've had 1,000 professionals and volunteers attending free health and well-being training of all kinds. We've helped 1,200 people reduce their blood pressure. We've had 8,000 referrals from our advice centre. 4,000 residents have contacted the Release the Pressure mental health helpline, which is very welcome. 7 million children have benefited from the learning materials produced by our teams about health and well-being, and those children are right across the country. We've helped 637 education staff professionals to train in a range of health and well-being topics. We have helped 653 people quit smoking completely, and 3,600 have asked for help. And don't forget that the public health teams are working with trading standards too, seizing 130,000 illegal cigarettes and 27.69 kilograms of illegal tobacco and closed down 2 shops. So this is a team that work right across the community all year long. This is their particularly busy time, doing loads of events, spreading the word. They were at Armed Forces Day, they're at all of our events, big and small, spreading the word about keeping healthy, giving people support and encouragement.
Thank you for... Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that the local plan will be going through all these scrutiny committees, which is very good, and I welcome that. There's a lot of information to scrutinise. We have been presented so far with, I would say, more comprehensive evidence, including the sustainability appraisals and other documents. That's welcome. Much better than last time round in terms of the evidence to support the plan, so that's good. The local plan is very important, of course, for the peninsula, because we want to make sure that we get a fair, proportional and evidence-based plan. So we look forward to that. I do think it's good from the new government that they are going to recruit hundreds more planning officers. I think regardless of where you stand on an application or a development site, you need people in planning to actually scrutinise the proposals, and we can't have planning officers and departments overstretched, especially if you've got applications coming in left, right and centre. They need to be scrutinised properly. So that's good. And so I fully welcome this report, and I look forward to making representations on that Regulation 18. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other member? Councillor Wildy.
Thank you. Councillor Murray gave lots of statistics and things that have happened. One of the things she didn't mention was only 49% of our population are happy with the GP access. I do think we should remember this, that we do need more GPs, and I think the Cabinet should actually look at doing something about it. And talking with our ICBs, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wildy. No other member indicates that they wish to speak. We're going to go back to the supporter, Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, the mic's working. That's great. Yes, I just want to echo the statistics that Councillor Murray said and the fantastic job that Luella and Dan have done. I also want to recognise, which was missed out by Councillor Tijan, the amazing work that our children have done. Our young people in Medway Youth Council held an equalities debate about racism and looked at honestly and openly about stereotyping and discrimination within our community. We've also looked at and celebrated the success of our Send good grade, which is going to be upwards and onwards. And Councillor Tracy Coombs has mentioned the national issues with finding qualified and the right educational psychologists who now need to be doctors of educational psychologists to write reports. I'm also just going to touch on how I think business support worked really, really stringently on looking at digital futures, because unfortunately not everybody is connected, and we need to be aware of that, especially as more GPs go online, and we need to make sure that we are not excluding our poor, our senior citizens or anybody with any of our protected characteristics under the Equalities Acts of 2010. I'd like to thank everybody on the committees and welcome David Field as chair, because I know he's going to do a fantastic job, and also look forward to seeing the promotion of women like Smitha Campbell for health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. We go back to the original proposer, Councillor Tijan.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I want to thank members for their contribution, which has cemented my belief that regardless of political affiliation, we share one common goal to uplift the life of our constituent. And long may that continue, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that agreed? Agreed unanimously. We're moving on to the next item, agenda item 16, Corporate Parenting Board Annual Report. Councillor Price, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. I'm very pleased to move the Corporate Parenting Board Annual Reports and to note it's the first time that full council has had such a report moved at it. And I think this is not like before time, because in the early days when I used to sit on the Corporate Parenting Board, I was often wondering whether it was a cabinet advisory group, where did some of the deliberations that we did through corporate parenting, where did it actually go to? So I'm very pleased that we've got this annual report here. As the lead member, I do chair the Corporate Parenting Board, and elected members on there take their responsibility to champion particular aspects of the agenda. We work closely with young people who are represented on the board through the Medway Children's and Young Persons Council. Since 2019, when the inspectors found that our services for corporate parenting weren't as good as they should have been, the Corporate Parenting Board and elected members have taken that responsibility to champion particular aspects of the agenda, working closely with young people who are represented on the board. At our last meeting, we were pleased to host and welcome representatives from the Government of Jersey who came to observe the good practice that we do through corporate parenting within Medway. We did have training earlier in the year which served to remind our elected members that when we're at the meetings of the Corporate Parenting Board, we're there to work alongside our young people and not necessarily scrutinise them as if we were in a scrutiny committee. So this is the first time that we had a corporate parenting annual report, and I was really pleased also to welcome Councillor Vince Maple, the first time that we've had a leader of Medway Council attend the Corporate Parenting Board to show the importance of that board. So on page 164 you can see the 8 outcomes, strategic outcomes which are listed. Mr. Mayor, due to the time of night time, I'm pleased to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price, for moving the report. Is that supported? Councillor Mandarakas, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later? Any member? Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully aware of the time of the night that we're currently in, still in the same day. I just wanted to, I'm pretty new to corporate parenting board, having come on recently after being only a substitute. And it is for members that are not on that board, it is a well established board. And we have some really great officers. So I'd like to, the author of this report, Alex Kittel, wow, we are so lucky to have people like her working for Medway Council and working for our looked after children. And also our Director of People, Leanne Farash. And with corporate parenting, there has been some challenges going from 2019 going forward. But getting that good rating from Ofsted has actually empowered them to go further. And they're always looking to push the barriers, not looking just at national statistics, and actually working to do what's best for our children. And there are a number of challenges, and the biggest one is in recruiting of foster carers. And it's not just in Medway. Following cost of living crisis and what foster carers get financially to support these children, some of them have quite sadly walked away. But it is a priority for the Corporate Parenting Board to try and address that. But we face challenges that we're not the only authority looking for foster carers. It's across the board. But I know that Leanne and her team will drive and will leave no stone unturned. And I'm happy to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. No other member indicates that they wish to speak. We're going back to the support of this item. Councillor Mandarakas.
So I'm extremely proud of the work to have come out of the Corporate Parenting Board in the last year, particularly around the support for young people settling in their own homes and the completed checklist for what makes a suitable home to ensure that they can have the best start to an independent life. Along with the aspirations officer now being in post, ensuring that a difficult childhood needn't hamper their life choices and chances. It's actually my favourite committee that we have on the council because we get to hear that direct feedback from the end service user comes into us. I'd like to take this opportunity, though, to make a plea going forward that those of us sitting on the board, whether that's by substitutions or full-time members, take the parenting element of this with the gravity it deserves. Too often I've seen young people who have only just left statutory Medway Council care and are still within the under 25 young person bracket, harangued for spelling mistakes or made to feel like the lived experiences they've taken the time to collate from their peers and bring to us are invented because members are triggered by the terminology used. It's not how I would treat my children. I don't believe it's how those members would treat their own. So if they are incapable of treating these young children with the respect and empathy that they deserve, then they should step down from that committee. Going forward, I'd like us to just treat those children as we would our own when they come to us with those issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members, and also I'd like to thank Councillor Joy for having joined the committee recently and bringing his own experience to bear. Yes, it is actually, I think, one of the best committees that you can ever serve on within Medway Council, and I'd like to second his thanks to the officers because we've got, just to show how important corporate parenting is, we've got as well as Alex Cattell and Leanne Farah, we have other officers who you wouldn't normally think have got anything to do with corporate parenting, like Ruth DeLu, taking it seriously, that's making sure that the other directorates are doing their bit to be able to support the corporate parenting effort. So I think it's really good. It bodes well for the future, and I look forward to presenting annual reports in the future when you'll be able to hear about further progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Is that agreed? The item is agreed. We're moving on to the next item, 17, fair tax motion update. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff. I would indeed. And I've had two great opportunities in Councillor Llewellyn Prenter's motion to pay tribute to the brilliant work of Councillor Nashaba Khan MP, and in the CSP report and elsewhere to congratulate and thank Councillor Tris Osborne MP. This is a great opportunity to thank and pay tribute to Councillor Lauren Edwards MP for the work that she's done, not in only moving this motion, but also the work she's done throughout the year to make sure that we're very, very clear, as colleagues across the chamber have heard me say, we want people in Medway to play by the rules. And that's not just about not parking in a yellow box, although that's important too. That's about making sure if you're getting a contract with this council that you're paying the appropriate taxes. And we're very clear on this. And I think it was Councillor Doe, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, who moved a helpful amendment to say actually bring this back not only to Cabinet, which we did, to bring it back here as well. And I think that's a good practice actually for motions of this nature where it's predominantly the council who are taking action as a result of a motion. So I think we'll see that certainly from, I would imagine, all sides moving forward. The resolutions speak for themselves. This is a national issue. but you can see very clearly there some areas we're absolutely compliant, some areas still more work to be done, and that's important to recognise that. We'll be honest and open about that. So I'm very pleased in the good progress we've made and very happy to take any questions from colleagues across the chamber. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Mayhew, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Reserve the right, please.
Thank you. I now open the floor for debate. Councillor Hackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for bringing this report back to full council. It's an interesting report, and as you say, the job's not done yet, but it is progress, and it is themed as a progress report. The only thing I would say is I'm a bit hesitant that we don't force our 91%, no, not that 91%, of small businesses that employ less than 10 people out of the procurement contracts because they haven't got the fair tax stamp. So we must be very mindful that not to over-penalise our 91% of small businesses that employ less than 10 people. That's the only point I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Any other member? No one's indicating that they wish to speak. We're going to go back to the supporter, Councillor Mayhew.
I beg to move as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. Blimey, it's late at night. Thank you, Councillor Hackwell, for your comments. And yeah, I think that's right. We just need to be, the last thing we would want to see as one of the things that Councillor Lauren Edwards absolutely made sure that we did at the time was to sign up to the FSB local leadership pledge, would be to disenfranchise members of the FSB and indeed those who are not members of the FSB but are small businesses. So I think I'm sure now that as part of our reshuffle I've taken over, blimey, I definitely need to say taken over the role of procurement portfolio holder. I'll be making sure that, you know, when I have detailed up-to-date conversations with officers, to just make sure that we're protecting those who perhaps, in the same way that not every business is VAT registered, for example, that we wouldn't want to disenfranchise them. One of the things I would encourage, though, and I think for those small businesses where appropriate, is to take that collaborative, cooperative approach of maybe working together. We've seen some really good examples of that, both in our tenure and yours, when we've had procurement processes and a number of businesses coming together to work that approach. So absolutely recognise that comment, fair comment, and say I'll take that forward with officers moving forward. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Blimey.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. It's late. We all need some sleep. So, is that agreed? That's agreed. Moving on to agenda item 18. Before I ask Councillor Maple to make a proposal, the Council is recommended to resolve to exclude the press and public during consideration of any information contained in the exempt appendix to this item as set out in the item 19 on page 195 of the agenda on the basis that the public interest in maintaining the exception overweight the public interest in disclosing the information. However, we will proceed to debate this item in open session unless any member indicates they wish to refer to information contained in the blue pages, at which point I will ask the Council to vote on excluding the press and public. If we do resolve to exclude the press and public, I will ask that the public gallery is cleared and that live stream broadcast is paused during the closed debate. No one indicates. No one indicates. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesterov. And I don't believe anyone will need to move us into closed session. I've certainly not had any indication of that. So just to talk through these decisions very quickly, again, as Councillor Murray and I were speaking about, actually we've used this very sparingly. Sometimes it ebbs and flows just by the nature of things. So just to go through them on 4.1, you've got obviously the issue there around the contract for the contractor. Obviously following today's news, I'm very pleased that that decision was made appropriately, because they will now be able to get on with that job. Secondly, as I think Councillor Pearce rightfully recognised, and Councillor Etheridge, I'm not sure if he's here, but certainly he and I, over many years, have said we need scrutiny to look at the local plan, and I'm pleased that the committees that are taking it are. Obviously, this has made sure that we can get on with that consultation, and I'm pleased that scrutiny will still have the opportunity to do that, even though obviously we waived call in because we wanted to get on with it. And then thirdly, obviously this is the item which the blue paper specifically referred to. Both myself and the leader of the Conservative group were consulted by the Director of Place on this. As is quite often the case of HR matters, these do need to be looked at quickly and efficiently, and therefore I was supportive of the Director of Place making the decision as laid out in the confidential papers. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported?
Supported.
Councillor Murray, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak
No, I think
later?
Councillor Maple said everything that needs saying. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open the floor for debate. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank the Leader of the Council for consulting on a number of those things actually that were listed, and the Director of Place for his prompt conversation in relation to the blue papers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Any other member? No one indicates they wish to speak. Back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Nothing further to add, and we're going home on Thursday. Thank you.
Okay. Is that agreed? That's agreed. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank our live stream viewers for watching this meeting this evening. And there being no further business, I declare the meeting closed.